Yo, how's it going, Moscow? Haven't seen you in a minute. All right, now big eggs. I need this one. Dang it. I'm good, champ. I'm good. I'm slightly new hair color. How you been? What you been up to? We're watching some network state shit. At least that's what we did a couple days ago. Might finish it off because I think it's a little related to Turtle Island topic. I don't know if you've heard that news. Are you here to farm the retake? You know they love me. So weird just slightly tuning in to what's being said on Bob Burger. Like I can't follow the whole thing obviously anymore, but oh my gosh, when I can. Mm. I thought I pinned that shit. Yeah, I did. I guess I just don't see it. Haha, lol, I'm an active in the channel. A retake or scum? Yo, John Bull. That's a scum rad right there. He's here day in and day out. All the time, on time, the whole time. Good to see you, John Bull. Oh, Hamalama. I didn't even see you. What up, what up? Can't stay, Merry Retake Miss. Oh man, my fucking chat is a little fucked up. Oh, okay. I have seen encrypt. I'm gonna say encrypt doggo, encrypted doggo, encrypt doggo. Yo. Oh yeah. Oh my god. You know what? Someone just called me. Rogue from X-Men '97. That's a good one. That's a good one. But retake still shows my former username. God dang. Just one of those quirks that will get ironed out in time. Don't you worry, your pretty little heart. It's early. If you have too many complaints, just build your own live streaming platform. Am I right? Oh, shit. Do you imagine if we applied doer logic to so many different things? Don't like your coffee? Start your own coffee chain, bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh. I think we need to have some. How do we feel? The intern said he'd look into it already. That's all right. It's cool. We're used to it. How about not changing your name? Did you think about that? Are you so inconsiderate? You got to make it this hard on our poor sweet builders. I'm just kidding. Bitch and complain all you want, y'all. It helps improve things. It helps improve things. For instance, I am going to bitch and complain right now that ain't none of y'all engaged with the retake cast. I'm sitting at one recast, one like. All right, thank you, John Bull. You know what? You know what? Just to put all y'all in line. Where are you at, John Bull? Wait, no. Bada bing. How much retake do I have? Wait. Oh, fuck. Now I don't know which. Wait, I can only tip retake now? I can only tip retake? I guess that's okay. Do I have retake? I do. All right. We're sending you 69. Oh, shit. Wait. Hold on. Connect. Because I switched it. 69, 69, 69. Wait, is that a million? Maybe one less. No, that's 100,000. Yeah. That's fine. Okay, wait, that's a little fat. That's a little fat. One lower. Yeah. That seems appropriately sized. Appropriately sized tip. When I got the bigger bags, I'll do those more often. But damn, how much retake do I have? I don't think it's displaying the amount right. Okay, maybe I'm just bad at math. Everyone go interact with the cast. Let's get some more people in here. I might become a millionaire soon just by scumming around. Thank you, Chief. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, look at that. My notifications are going off now. There we go. Ollie Stewart, are you? Oh, wait, no. He just likes that one. Encrypted doggo, thank you. You know what? You can have some too. Not as much as he got, because he did it. What the hell? I have to connect every goddamn time? Or did I switch? No, I didn't. 69. There you go. There you go, little buddy. Okay, I don't give a fuck, Rabby. Cha-ding! Cha-ding! Oh. All right, let's get these out of the way. All right, so for those of you who were here before, we were listening to. We got 50 minutes in 2 hours. That means we're providing good commentary, okay? The longer the react is, oh man, where is my oh wait, no. I have to go to my retake stream to see the recordings. Do they still show up? They fucking better. Okay. Can I see? Yeah, it does. Network states versus coordination. Yeah, it does. Oh, network states versus coordination. Ugh. Let's go together. Oh yeah, Dat Ball was a great episode too. So I think it keeps the recordings for like maybe 7 days. I'll have to check because recording on my OBS by myself is fine because I don't have any featured guests, but with guests, it's been a little bit of an issue. So I don't know if I can upload them to YouTube. I'll see. I'll see what they sound like. I haven't checked them. But let's get down. Let's get down to business and defeat the Mon. The hunks. Trying to think of some funnier shit. Nah, it's over. It's past. It's gone. Let's see what this VC and this nerdy VC have to say.
if Western European governments have lots of flaws, but fundamentally there's like still a civil society there. Like when you walked it, like the infrastructure is better, other things are better. Their demographics are better in many ways. Whereas in America, the only thing that the US exports are A, tech, and B, the dollar. And when the dollar goes, and it's going real fast,
increasingly less tech and just the idea of tech. Artificial tech, if you will.
That's why they're doing remittance taxes. That's why there's tariffs. It's like any one of these policies, you think about it together. I think about it not as a conspiracy theory, but colony theory. Here's my argument. Like an ant colony, it's a meta-organism.
I almost thought he was going to go into colonialism, which would have been perfect. But not this time, not this time.
And each individual ant doesn't necessarily know what it's doing, but the colony as a whole knows what it's doing, right? Like a flock of seagulls or a school of fish, right? So I think of the Western US government and all governments really as meta-organisms where you can model it as if it's a conscious organism, not omnipotent, but like an ant colony. An ant colony has an intelligence to it where you can model it at the ant colony level. Just like you as a human being, you have like skin cells, you have, hair cells. Those cells don't have a full state of what it is you're doing, but they will kind of work with you when you're doing things, right? Make sense? So if we model it that way, and you think of Democrat left and right as basically responding to the signal of the US government is running out of money, right? The Democrats say, take it from the billionaires, tax the billionaires. They're completely enumerate about this, but that's like kind of how they're thinking, right? And the Republicans say, take it from the foreigners, and they're enumerate about it because they think incorrectly, or they think only partially correctly, that America is subsidizing the world, but really much of the world is subsidizing America. So the reason I say they're partially correct is it is true that billions were sent to, let's say, Ukraine for this war, while only $700 was spent in Maui on these people who are affected in Hawaii. There's a truth to it, right? But dollar inflation is global taxation. And so all these countries that are sent, like Vietnam is grinding away to send shoes to America. What's it getting back in return? Printed dollars, database entries, right? Why does America have that power? Because it was the center of the global economy and it ran all the warships that protected the sea lanes and it had all the diplomats that signed 100 plus, economic deals, all these economic deals with 193 countries. And so it had the center of the global empire and therefore it had the ability to just print because it managed the database for everybody because they thought, okay, well, at least you're the best guy to do it. And so really, if you net it all out, Vietnam sending shoes to America for database entries that America can print is really Vietnam sending tribute to the center of the empire for database entries, right? And the US government now thinks that's an unfair deal, that Vietnam is ripping off America.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, right?
All right, I think we found some agreeable gems here. Recognizing the monetary supremacy and the hegemony of the US dollar and its central banking systems, that's pretty big. Usually they glaze over that part, but crypto bros are built a little different because they have a big antagonism and animosity towards the Fed and towards IMF, all central banking. So they do kind of get some points right when they start talking about that. So yes, correct. US dollar hegemony is the dollar world order. Like Trump and allies are kind of misunderstanding the position of power that they are kind of disrupting and trying to, But, okay. All right, Balaji.
Now, the thing about this, I have some sympathy for it because it is true that if you have that money printing ability, then why would you ever work in a factory? I can whip out, $1 trillion printed right here. Why would I work for a living and make some screws, right? Another way of putting it is, with Wall Street, have you ever seen those deep sea vents that like belch out sulfur, like in the movies or like, right? And, there's like these, kinds of bacteria, special bacteria that are evolved for the deep sea vent that's belching out sulfur, right? So that vent is like the Fed, and the sulfur is the printed money, and the bacteria are Wall Street.
Okay.
Okay. And Wall Street, it's not like they're like so smart about trading and so on and so forth. It's that they're near the flow of printed money. And so that entire economy is basically subsidized by the Fed, which is subsidized by the global empire, which is the money printing ability. The level to which the US economy is dependent on printed money, people just, they just don't really understand it. They still think it's like the economy of 1945. What I call it is a Potemkin American. You know, like the Potemkin village,
Yeah,
right?
very true.
Very true. And one way of putting it is the tricky part about this is the US economy used to be real. And then it was by degrees virtualized imperceptibly. It's kind of like, you know, shrinkflation. You start with like some old school, I don't know, like a box of Pringles or like a case of Pringles or something like that. And then the engineers get to work and they start popping in the bottom so it's got like less volume, and they pop in the top, and you know, like they shrink the interior. They basically do everything they can in terms of optics so that they're actually selling 50 ounces of chips or whatever rather than 100 ounces of chips for the same price. You know, it's like virtualized, and by degrees it just gets worse and worse and worse. Shrinkflation, right?
There's a little bit better term for that that's a little bit more descriptive, especially of technological progress. Because I would say shrinkflation is absolutely a true thing, and that's what happens with physical products. Now, what we experience today is more what Cory Doctorow describes as enshittification. Things become enshittified over time, and maybe we'll probably watch a lot of Cory Doctorow and some Giannis Varoufakis going over techno-feudalism and all that. But yeah, this is becoming a favorite segment of mine, going over coordinations versus network states.
So shrinkflation, virtualization, Potemkinization, you know, whatever you want to call it, until you get to this sorry point that these, you know, institutions, these companies, these legacy brand names are like cardboard and like falling over like a Potemkin village. And you think of the CDC or the FBI or General Motors or Time Magazine or Harvard or any of these things that used to be like so great, and all the energy and life has been Hollywood, it's going to zero, right? All these things are, this is also why there's so many sequels coming out of Hollywood. It's just on repeat from the 80s, right? So
Yeah,
anyway,
and I think it's my general thesis on the fiat enshittification of everything, where because people can't save for the future, people's time preference.
He said the word. I am a prophet. I am oracle. That means I kind of doubt he knows Cory Doctorow, but I'd be really impressed if he did. He's using his word. We'll see.
Rises, they start discounting the future more, and everybody needs to make a quick buck, and your business can't survive by building things that last for a long time, and it needs to always cut corners to try and keep the price down, because inflation is always eating in the margins, and people don't like it when you raise the price, so you need to compromise with the quality, and so everything gets compromised. And I mean, yeah, in the US there's an enormous amount of products that are just trinkets, and as you say, Potemkin, like you buy the grill and it looks like a real grill on the box, but then you assemble it and it's practically disposable. You know, one tiny little thing goes wrong and the whole thing falls apart. I think there's so much of that, and I think it's the fiat issue. I think this is why it's a fake economy, because price signals and market feedback has been replaced over the past 5-6 decades in particular, but century more generally, has been replaced with government edict. You know, the best way to be the best shoemaking company is not to make the best shoes, is to be well connected with the financial industry, with the government, be able to secure good credit, and then you don't have to worry about the shoes. Playing the foreign exchange market is more important for many companies than being good with their production. So things all shift toward high time preference, short-term focus, and compromising quality and deterioration. And that's why you see all these brand names essentially.
Okay, what they haven't mentioned is how profitable that is. That's how they secure these profits. That's what... Uh, that's how you get quarterly earnings, bro. Bro, you have to cut staff. You gotta inshitify the product. You gotta give to advertisers. You gotta give to investors. They just complain. All they know is complain. All they know is eat chip, buy bags, and complain.
Falling apart, whether physical or reputational. The Bitcoin Standard Podcast is brought to you by CoinKite.
Hell no, we ain't doing this twice. I already went through this once. I got YouTube Pro. I got Premium. I ain't doing this.
First Bitcoin DLC I've produced as a gift card. Bitcast is also
Unethical
by
reacts.
Bitcoin Way.
We
Securing
don't give
them.
a shit.
Not
Get out of
I
here.
only percent.
Okay.
Again, I will say something,
Bitcoinway.com
which is
and start Bitcoining more confidently.
now I will say something, which is this is a piece that I feel I would not say that I don't think I have 100% confidence in what I'm about to say. Let's call it a tentative hypothesis I want to probe on, think about, and so on and so forth. Sometimes I'll float a draft kind of thing out there. So one thing some people will sometimes give me a counter argument on is say, well, look, China prints a lot of money, and they have done at times competitive devaluation seemingly with the US, and they want to devalue their currency to make their exports great. Why is it working for them when it's not working for America? And I had to think about this a little bit, and my draft answer, which I reserve the right to change, and if I get it wrong or something like that, but my draft answer is basically, if inflation is taxation without legislation, that's like Milton Friedman's line, if you've heard that one, right? And China's taxing in this way, the big difference is they're actually spending it on public works that actually do increase the productive capability of the Chinese people. So it's not just a bridge to nowhere or a fake bridge or like some weird make work NGO project or something like that. It's like the Hong Kong, Macau, like super bridge, or it's, like there's a lot of really interesting public works type things that they've done in China. Basically, they spent the printed money wisely on balance.
Yeah.
Like you can't walk around China and not see it looking pretty amazing.
Yeah, but I
And-
think
So I'm not saying, go ahead, go. Say.
if I would say,
Please.
I would give a different answer to that one. I think it's because in the U.S. they spend a lot of infrastructure as well. Famously the fast rail between San Francisco and L.A. That was
Well, but
a
there's
lot of
graft.
expenditure. Yeah, I mean
Yes,
it wasn't
it's spending,
built.
but not
That's
results.
a small detail, but they still
Right.
they still spent a lot of money. So I
Yes.
don't think the U.S. is failing because they're not spending enough on infrastructure. They're clearly spending more than enough on the SF to
Where did it
LA
go?
fast rail
What
train,
did
which
it
doesn't
Yes,
exist.
materialize to?
But I think
It's not the results.
remember a rail?
They have the spending, but they don't have the results. China has results.
Yeah.
And so, in a sense, the American cost, or whether you call it graft or you call it legal graft, right? Like what California did is legal graft, where it's $100 billion or whatever.
What you call graft, I might refer to as grift. Kind of seems like all we got going now is grift economies. I don't know if I'd call them graft economies.
The number is on the train. And they made the mistake of actually posting a photo showing what had been built. Do you remember that?
yes.
Did you see that? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah,
And
yeah,
it was like,
yeah.
it was like a half a mile or something like that. And they were so proud of it or whatever, right? And it was finally a visual thing where normally they avoid the visual. It's all words and word clouds and what have you, right? But I think that's the difference. China's actually competent.
Yeah, but I think what explains
joke.
that.
Go ahead.
I think what explains that is not so much the lack of spending in the U.S. I think the key difference is that the Chinese cannot export their inflation. The Americans can. Americans can
interesting.
get the cheap shoes
Yes.
from Taiwan and Vietnam and China and all over the world. They can get all of these products without having to work for them. So everybody in the U.S. essentially faces this trade-off where whether you go and get an actual real job producing things of value and get paid, or whether you find your way to the fiat money printer. And, given that real work is difficult. It's uncertain. You may get into all kinds of problems with it. It's highly risky. Whereas, getting into the fiat money printer's good graces is a lot more sustainable and a lot better business model. You don't have to work and you just find a way to get money. So I think the reason is ultimately that all the smartest people in the US are out there chasing quick Fed bucks, trying to play guessing tea leaves with Fed statements and figuring out all kinds of trivial bullshit in companies that are essentially, as you said, Potemkin economies. All these companies that produce reports and emails and credit to one another and just lending to one another. It's all excuses to run the money printer. And it's all well-connected firms, and they get access to cheap credit. And they just need to continue to make work, essentially, to justify the credit line. And then essentially they do credit arbitrage. They borrow it from the Fed at 3%, and then they lend out to other people at 6%. And they need to look busy while they do that. That's the entire business model. Because ultimately, there is an entire planet that's out there that's buying these dollars. So you just need to get into the good graces of somebody who has access to the money printer. You get a lower interest rate and you're set. That's what the smart people in the US are doing. You can't do that in China. Not because of communism. You can't do that because the Chinese can't export their inflation. They can't just print money and send it abroad and buy things. They have to make things, and they've been making things for 40, 50 years, and they've been getting a lot better at it. So all the smart kids in China are out there making actual products, building actual bridges. That's how they eat. It's not. I don't think it's some kind of accident that over the last 100 years, China went from being dirt poor and the US was building amazing bridges 100 years ago, and today it's the opposite. I think it can't be an explanation in the people. I think it's something about the economic incentives, and I think ultimately it's inflation. And yes, I am guilty of explaining everything with inflation, but just because.
It's profits. Inflation enhances profits. If you own capital, inflation equals appreciation of things you own that generate profits. They don't want to they just only want to look at the money. They don't want to look at the actual things. But it's profits.
I do. It doesn't mean it's wrong.
It's an important, it is going to be the phenomenon of our times. It's funny, like, the 1930s were the Great Depression. We're in the middle of the Great Inflation. And I don't think people realize what that really means. I want to actually talk about this because I've got my mental model of the future and you have yours, and we can maybe line them up. We had a thread on this a few months ago where I think we really do have a kind of a similar model of things. I think the difference is, but let me give mine, you give me yours, okay? So there's tons of Hollywood movies on, like, aliens landing, right? Or like robots, killer robots, stuff like that. And most of them, by the way, presuppose that the present was okay, it was good enough, and these evil tech guys came and messed the whole thing up with their evil robots or whatever, right? But there's a flipped around version where it's actually the present that's dystopian. It's like mentally ill addicts in San Francisco, the money printing and so on. And maybe the future could be better if we do the right things, right? So, Satoshi or what have you coming up and inventing something. But leaving that part aside for a second, I think it's useful to game out exactly what happens when a currency dies, right? So let's say you're like sitting in geostationary orbit and you're looking down on 8 billion people, okay? And they all have a little, table over their heads, which has like their current bank balance and all the currencies or whatever that they hold, right? Because in a sense, this is all a game that humans play amongst ourselves to coordinate things. It's a coordination game, right? Like, for example, a bird or a wolf or something like that walking along doesn't have a name, doesn't have a passport, doesn't have any of the software layer on top of them that is currency, identity, all this kind of stuff. Only humans have that, right? Okay. So this the spirit that's looking down from geostationary orbit, it's looking down over all these people. And then what happens let's say one fine day, the dollar inflates to the point that basically anybody who's got a line item entry, which is a dollar or some other Western allied currency, it's at infinity, which means it's at zero. It's at Zimbabwe bucks. Okay. Now what happens? Well, let's say that happens overnight, just a thought experiment. Well, first, it's not like anything physical on the surface of the earth immediately changes. The factories still exist, right? The know-how in the heads of people still exists. The Chinese engineers still have their skills, right? They still have their missiles. They still have the electrical things still work, and so on and so forth. Also, Bitcoin users are unaffected because that's not melted in the same way. That's actually there.
Who's still there? Who's in the chat? We got 3 people, allegedly. John Bull, always there. Whole from the first to the last, he there. We got almost 20 more minutes into it. Thinking I want to watch. Let me see what's in my watch later. Oh, I kind of do want to. So Turtle Island and the Chief of Staff. I'd kind of like to go into that. Okay, maybe what we can do to get some more people in here is. Here, watch. We do this. Share. Yeah, let's just restart the whole thing. Pre-watched. Okay. And then... Actually, why don't we do it from fucking... Cure. Can I even go to my own profile? I can't. So many little quirks. Super feed. What the fuck? Crypto Bazaar Beast. Okay, so it's kind of their own home feed, but it's a super feed. Okay. I want to quote cast one of my casts. Dang, you're back to this episode already. Okay, scum. We'll do this one. Yo, it's retake. Oh, John Bull's the lucky winner. Maybe we do this on... Okay, so... Boom. Oh, you know what? This is not going to work as a quote cast. Discard. I don't want it anymore. We're getting the points from Kira. Maybe they'll help us. Mm-hmm. Oh, that wasn't it. That. All right, quickly in chat. Yo, dang, another 15 minutes. Bye. Oh, we'll be back later. Sweet. Oh, and Moscow got some. Yeah. Oh, okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got lots of activity. Ew, ew. I've never seen you here. Must be lurking on all the streams. Got like tens of windows open. No, I'm sure you're here because you love degen communism. Ooh woo sounds perfect for us. Dang, 7 views. Oh shit. Was that my cast or was that retake? Retake, did you blow me up? Thanks, retake. Merry retake, miss. Happy holidays. Oh. All right, let's learn about some Turtle Island Liberation Front. Yeehaw!
Defendant Audrey Carroll helped organize an even more radical faction.
Oh yeah. Everyone in chat, what's your take on Turtle Island? Is it Fed entrapment? Are they based? Are they comrades? What is it entrapment? Give us your hot takes in the chat. Remember, this is degen communism. We are scum. So what can't you say around here? You just got to be based. Those are the takes we like. Retake the based place.
Of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a...
Oh, come on. Okay, dude. Yeah, no. Here's another FBI moment. Apparently, they thwarted a terrorist attack in Los Angeles, in my own backyard.
Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office...
I will say this. I don't know the exact details of what they actually investigated and uncovered, but I will say this. Given the way that they approached this in Portland, Oregon, I don't believe anything that they're saying, okay? It's very difficult for me to believe that these guys are being sincere. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because if you recall, in Portland, Oregon, the Department of Homeland Security said that they had uncovered a secret Antifa terror cell. They were claiming that there was a secret Antifa terror cell only blocks away from the ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. And then the media actually investigated it. And they found out that it was one guy who was letting people piss in his bathroom. That is what the Department of Homeland Security acted like was a terror cell deeply embedded in the community next to an ICE facility. So like when these guys are talking about how they're uncovering left-wing terrorism, you got to take that with a grain of salt.
Along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests,
out in the desert? I'm sorry. Where out in the desert? Like 29 Palms? Or are they just talking about like a group of like a bunch of poly people were caught talking about how they're going to go out in the desert and light fireworks for New Year's Eve celebrations?
The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed, coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes.
Is this what it's like when retake rolls through your chat? What's up? SNR Captain's back. Hello, yo, retake miss. Rapper 69. Let's pull up your FID. Are you legit? Are you a real person? A photo can be a symbol to real. And then what's the X? Yep. Oh, you farmers. We'll turn you into fam one day.
And prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize.
Hasanabi is about to defend the terrorists, not terrorists, just fireworks. Excellent script. Here comes the bully. Hasanabi is about to defend the terrorists. Chatter, I'm going to ask you sincerely, do you currently trust this administration's FBI? Like, even if you trusted the FBI in the past, like, I'm going to need to see some very significant proof before I go along with whatever the fuck they're saying. More than I trust you, well, I think this is an increasingly smaller number of people, because most right-wingers don't even like their own FBI, especially after the Charlie Kirk assassination and the way they Kash Patel has handled himself throughout this process. Are you Kash Patel's girlfriend? Is that you in the chat? The DOJ criminal complaint cites a meeting of 5 co-conspirators of the bombing plot. At least 2 of the 5 were FBI. One was a paid informant, and the other one was an undercover FBI employee. Oh, here we go. They already called out their shot from afar, where they said that they were going to start uncovering and targeting left-wing radicalism, left-wing violence, left-wing terror cells in the country at a time when, even if you were to look at political violence historically, in the last like 30, 40 years or so, the overwhelming majority of political violence has come from the right. So of course, in the interest of justifying this extra scrutiny, in the interest of trying to find left-wing political terrorism or whatever, and act as though they have thwarted successfully instances of leftist violence before they started, they're going to do the same that they did to Muslims in general in the post 9/11 universe. I mean, there is plenty of evidence and plenty
Farming
of
together.
failed botched investigations in general where the FBI would go up and find autistic Muslim teenagers on the internet and be like, hey, comrade, do you want to go really stick it to the man? Here's some Tenorite at this location, engaging in the act of entrapment, greatly pushing people and trying to persuade people to entrap them ultimately to get a pat on the back. Now they're trying to do it to, I guess, leftists.
And counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives,
if y'all want some more tips, if y'all want some super nice tip, go Quotecast the stream. I ain't got near enough notifications. All you got to do is click on my profile, go into Farcaster, hit them buttons. Let me see that you're real. Let me see that you fam and not just farmers. All right, let's get more people in here. Come on now. Go! On X and Farcaster, I got the cast. Blow them up. Blow them up. Let's see this chat really pop off. There's 8 of you in here. I expect lots of Quotecasts.
Built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent,
love you,
let me tell you about the plot in this case.
Love you, Scumin.
The 4 defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here.
It's free to share.
Audrey Carroll, 30 years
Don't
old.
forget.
Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41.
Did the DOJ/FBI just make up a fake group, or are they embellishing this to the extreme? Right after they messed up yet another public investigation Brown shooting, they claim to have unfolded a massive plot of leftist group in California, but there's a problem. Either this group doesn't exist, or is literally just 4 people the FBI arrested, or are massively overstating it. The official complaint said that the group is an offshoot of the pro-Palestinian group Turtle Island Liberation Front. But the Instagram account that the FBI noted in connection to the group says that this group's Los Angeles chapter is its founding chapter. A TILF, Turtle Island Liberation Front Instagram account said its founding chapter is in Los Angeles, and its goal is to free Turtle Island, an indigenous name used to refer to North America, from the illegal American empire. The FBI said Monday that a 5th individual believed to be connected to the name TILF. Turk I'd like to fuck. Extremist group was arrested in New Orleans for allegedly planning a separate attack. Anyway, but the FBI also claims another individual was apprehended and thwarted in New Orleans as well as part of the same group.
We're all TILF. We all love TILF now.
Instagram account for Turtle Island Liberation Front is an empty account made in October that only shows a repost of their founding LA chapter. The LA account only goes back to the July of this year. And when you look at its following, you'll note that there are no other chapters, just the LA account following its other account. Outside of that, there aren't any serious mentions or presence of this group. There's an unrelated Twitter account by the same handle that seems to be run by a Canadian who isn't affiliated. Turtle Island is the name used by some Aboriginal groups to refer to North America, but other than the FBI/DOJ mentioning Turtle Island Liberation Front and that Instagram account, the only other time the name pops up is in a fictional Reddit vexillology meme from 2021. Do you believe it's fake? Be real? Oh, dude, there's only two alternatives here. There's only two options. Either they tapped into a group of LARPers, like the silliest of the sort, or it's just completely made up. It then doesn't appear mentioned online again until 2023 in a mod for a video game called Hearts of Iron, a political military sim, where an alternative history mod called Twilight of the Anthropocene has on a tiny background group the same name. The mod is a satire. To put that game mod into perspective, it also lists Kim Jong-un and Richard Nixon as a part of the Californian corporatocracy under Curtis Yarvin, and lists Boris Johnson rising to be president of the United States. Oh my God, Omega autism.
Okay. Hear me out. So we had an episode not long ago with Data Baseball. Here, let's show them off real quick. You know, let's move him up. Let's move him up the board. It's finally time. He came on stream. He deserves it. Oh shoot, did I already put it up? Where did it go? Okay, I have this. Where did it go? Data Baseball. Collect players, and it does simulated games. Thanks, bro. Thank you. I don't see no quote cast, though. John Bull is the only one who can follow instructions, so I guess he's the only fam. He's the only fam. All y'all are farmers. I can't trust you. I don't know you. That's my purse. That's my bags. I can't tip you. But it made me think about where'd the game go?
Online again until 2023 in a mod for a video game called Hearts of Iron.
Hearts of Iron, Turtle Island sim.
Hello, y'all. This is Kai.
Not what I was wanting to do. Roaming bands of warriors. Cobalt Sea. Interesting. What is Hearts of Iron? It's an RTS, I assume? Turtling strategy? While some users... Oh, interesting. Huh. Oh, interesting. Anyway. Oh. Hi, guys. Who's Goguk? Goguk? Guguk. Rapper 69. Hannah Bong. Milia. Maya. Let's farm alone. Let's farm together. Husk. Man, there's a lot of new people around here. Thanks for scumming around. Indeed, I don't know when he will launch his new Vibe Market collection. What are you talking about? I don't got no new Vibe Market collection. I just got my Vibe Market collection. Everyone just shouting retake mess. Ah, wrong fucking wallet. All I got is my packs and then all my Scumrads packs. Here, let me go to unopened. Oldest. This is my oldest? Damn. I guess I've gone through the older ones. I still got 92 to give away. God damn. Here, let's rip and ship some of them. Let's do it for the memes. We said we would be vibing. This is vibing. We're getting some OG Scumio packs. I haven't ripped and shipped these in a minute. What do we get? 2 rare? Oh, no. Oh, no. Going back to our basics. We're going to get people in here. Ripping and shipping. Vibe. Yo, your voice is very cute. Oh, thank you. I don't know how to take that. I'll take it good. I always take it good. So, if you guys don't know how it works around here in Degen communist land, amongst us scum who know how things go, that's a lot of collections you got there, man. I've been collecting. I am a hoarder. I am a whore and a hoarder. All right? I encompass the whole thing. All right? I like to commit. I'm here for a long time and a hard grind. I ain't built like you bitches, like you pussies, just fucking pumping and dumping all over the place. Couldn't be me. I am allergic to it. But in case you guys didn't know how it works around here, we've got our Scum Empire. I'll show you that. We do ripping and shipping, sometimes to chat. Sometimes I make you a little custom leaderboard and I raffle off to some of y'all that are in here that give me your wallet addresses. If you give me one now, I know you're farming. I will ask for it, but if you dare beg me, I will smack you. I will smite thee. Unknown, and then you're connected your wallet address. Maybe these are 2 different people. No, these are 2 different people. Dang, I'm popular today. I just ripped these live on retake. Live on retake. And I am going to ship them to our Scum Empire. Let's go grab that real quick. Yeah, Scumrads, we keep scumming around. That's how it works. Too many things in this crypto space are just about pumping and dumping and bullshitting. All right? We ain't that scam nonsense. We scum. We scum. We stick together. All right? All right, we're here for the long time and the hard grind, scumming together. Meat. Bada bing. There we go. Everyone, if you're not farming me If you are fam, you will quote cast this. I will know you are real. Slutty Pumpkin. I love all these usernames. A lot of new people around here. SNR Captain, John Bull's son. If you can help them scum together, get in their DCs, check if they're real. Can they be fam or are they just farmers? You tell me. Oh, yeah, and I can ship these. But Scumrads, Scums Quaid. Ooh, I got a Scumio leaderboard too. So if you hold, yep, red phone up there at the top. I still got to work on his card. He deserves a card. Bizarre Beast collabed with me. OMG Hacks has a card. Ollie Stewart, he needs a card too. Zoo is getting a card. I can pretty easily make them one. Oh, but how it works, you buy Scum token, you get on leaderboard. This is the main leaderboard where I usually airdrop. I rip and ship to. Let's see. Damn, we got 9 in chat. That's pretty damn high for me today. I'm high. We're high in chat. If you don't know how Empire works, you get a base score based on how much of the token, Scum token, you hold. But then you have these boosters. So boosters are really where you can make the most out of your score climbing here. And we got lots of boosters. These are all of our base Scumrads scumming together with us. These are all of our creators. Jumpbox, he's on the team. A Libra Rising needs some on here, though. Protardio, early collab. Bizarre Beast, love him. He's #1 holder, too. And then we got all this shit in the treasury that I definitely need to give away. Ooh, I need to put all of my Buster in here, too. I got like $1,100 in Buster. Yeah, if you don't know, I keep having to say it. I'll have to make the article and the website clear so I can just reference that. I don't got to keep saying it. What are y'all chatting? Copy that, pasta that. Are you really ready to scum around or just a passerby? Yeah, scumrads. Moscow has been around like early days. Were you there when I was playing RuneScape, bruh? GM scumrads, I got good vibes here. Love the voice. So now I got 2 girls telling me I got a cute voice, huh? Maybe I should change my voice like this so I can... You like that one? Hey, Rather Mercurial, the oldest, most veteranist of the Scumrads. How's it going? We're just watching some Hassan. And then I started getting some views. There's a bunch of people on here. But since you're here, did you watch the Hassan video? Have you been following the Turtle Island Liberation Front? Let's screw Gulf of America. It's Gulf of Turtle Island now, bitches. All right. How many people are hitting those buttons for me? We need you. Dang, it's still just John Bull. All of you are farming me. Ain't none of y'all know how to click buttons? Guys. I got 7 notifications. I keep getting them from John Bull. Come on. It costs you nothing. My preferred is Quotecast. Let's get back into the video. Just click on my profile. Just start hitting them. Please don't. Hello, friend. What up?
Political military sim, where an alternative history mod called Twilight of the Anthropocene has on a tiny background group the same name. The mod is a satire. To put that game mod into perspective, it also lists Kim Jong-un and Richard Nixon as a part of the Californian corporatocracy under Curtis Yarvin, and lists Boris Johnson rising to be president of the United States. Oh my God. Omega autism. Omega political autism. After this there seems to be no online references to any Turtle Island Liberation Front that aren't referencing the game meme until this year in July, when
Becoming
the
my
group suddenly
favorite
creates an
op, too.
Instagram account. Then in October, they create a matching Facebook. Their posts are things like "Resistance is glorious" and "Peaceful protest will never be enough."
The CIA used to do things. Now this feels AI generated psyop, okay? This is some bullshit. All right, it used to take us months, years to uncover psyops. You're telling me day goddamn one? What? Baton? I don't know.
And long rants that sound like a caricature of what MAGA thinks left-wing values are. It's gross calls to violence that have no place in legitimate political discourse. I'm so glad I stamp out this kind of LARPy bullshit with regular frequency. This is also part of the reason.
Damn, do we have a bunch of alt accounts that only know how to talk about my voice? Everyone, fess up. Fess up. Is you an alt account? Come on, confess. Confess. Is you alting?
why I do this, because some of you dumb, I think, if I didn't do this, would probably get duped by a federal law enforcement officer. I apologize to some of you dumb, but some of you dumb are unironically so easy to manipulate that a federal law enforcement agent could straight up come to you and be like, come on, comrade,
Come on.
look alive. Let's engage in some direct action. We must.
Just Johnny Silverhand, after they've drugged you and put you into like this Breaking Bad fucking scrapyard, you fucking get up, comrade. We got a city to burn. We got corporations to burn. We got an oil pipe. We got a pipeline to bomb, brother. And you'd be like, hell yeah, Turtle Island Liberation, let's go. You just think you're liberating turtles.
Let's change our methods before it's too late. True resistance means seizing the means of production. It means disruption. Peaceful protest relies upon the idea that we can appeal to the morals and benevolence of those in power. We are not dealing with benevolent good faith actors. We are dealing with fascist colonizers. Fascism does not care about the morality or justice. There's nothing for us to appeal to. They do not have the interests of the working class, of minorities, of the LGBTQ community, or of women in mind. When we take to the streets and march with no destination in mind, no government or corporate building, we mean to occupy and disrupt. We aren't doing anything more than holding a parade to make ourselves feel good. Even occupying a building is not enough. Marching without purpose and without disruption does nothing to prevent fascism from advancing on us all. True resistance means seizing the means of production. I need to stop telling people like, oh, you're going to build the revolutionary vanguard in your backyard. Because maybe some people are like, no, I will actually. And then this is the result.
Come on, rather, where's the revolution
now
in the backyards?
Revolution now, comrade. It's happening. Don't wait for someone else to do something. Join in the fight now. We need all of us to make change actually happen. All across Turtle Island, tribal nations have been occupied for the last several countries, and our occupiers, the colonizer state known as America, is to this day enacting mass violence on the world. It is our job to stop them. We're in the belly of the beast, and we absolutely must destroy it from within for a better world, not only for ourselves, but for everyone affected by the brutal colonization project that is okay, and then the rest of it, I don't know. So there are two options. This group is a fictional patsy created to give a win to the DOJ, FBI in a news cycle and fodder for anti-left messaging, or 4 people in October started a group based on a meme name and are dumb extremists who plotted something and the FBI caught them and rightfully arrested them, but is overstating the size of the group. The problem I have with number 2 is simple. The FBI is incompetent. We've seen how they handle public investigations. Yeah, it's true. Even with hundreds of campus cameras at Brown, FBI couldn't develop a subject. I mean, yes, the FBI is not exactly a trustworthy trustworthy actor here. Okay, this was their Instagram, Turtle Island Liberation Front LA, and from what I understand, this was some of the this was some of the stuff. Liberator, An American Catastrophe, Fascism, Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front, Death to America, Long Live Turtle Island and Palestine. Check their shoes. We can't see what their shoes look like. FBI arrests 4 alleged members of radical pro-Palestinian group accused of plotting New Year's Eve bombings. Antifa rules. 2 FBI, 2 CIA, 1 ATF. God damn. The co-conspirators meet on December 7th to further discuss the bombing plot and their intent to conduct future attacks on federal officials. Based on information from the CHS and FBI personnel, including an undercover FBI employee, UCE, who was present during the meeting, I know the following.
Way to go, comrades. You're clicking the buttons. Thank you. All the buttons. Rather Mercurial, you're the bomb. Everyone, you know my favorite are Quotekas. You're doing so good. Dude, now we got Nano Banana, media literacy down the drain. These 4 people could just not even be real.
On or about the early morning of December 7, 2025, the CHS and the UCE met with Carol Page and a male known to the group as Nomad, later identified as Dante Gaffield. Carol stated she had the plan and handed Gaffield 4 sheets of paper with writing on the front and back of each page, which Gaffield and the UCE read. The handwritten plan given to the FBI plant states that IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. They put it in writing and then handed the writing of the complex IEDs that they were going to build and use
op.
to liberate Turtle Island, comrade. And they handed it directly to the FBI informant.
Was it
very considerate of them to do such a thing.
Informants?
1, each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a...
Oh, come on.
Bro, even within a leftist group of just 5 to 10 people, you still had to splinter it into a more radical faction of like 2 to 4.
Okay, dude. Yeah, no, this seems real to me. I shouldn't be
This is
making light of such a danger.
Dude, this is me on Discord all the damn time. All the live long day. Oh shit, TSA is gonna clip that. No, TSA, don't clip that part, please. No, I love capitalism. Guys, I was just watching Balaji like an hour ago. Okay, I love capitalism. I especially love when China does capitalism. That's what I've learned so far from the Balaji episode. China actually better capitalists than the United States. Did you know this? Have you heard about this? Do you know about this? China actually better property rights protector. As seen with road go around house. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Yeah. China, more capitalist. They let road go around house. Obviously, they... I can't even. It's protecting the property right of like the most poor and vulnerable of society. They just kind of, all right, they have enough empathy and you know, political democratic control to go, yeah, you know what? Let the 70-year-old keep their house. We'll just build around them, and then when they die and no one wants the house, then we'll do it. Like, then he contrasts with how, oh, but if you're Jack Ma and you step out, it's like, yeah, that's how it should be. God damn it. That's capital being subordinate to the state and not the state subordinate to capital. Anyway, Rather, you've missed a lot of us. We were watching here. How far have we gotten? We've spent like 2.5 hours trying to watch this video. Yeah, we've got an hour, so we've basically 2.5x'd the content for him. You know, we're platforming this guy, this niche creator. I don't know if have you heard about this Network State. Yeah. We're sorry to everyone in chat that feels we shouldn't be giving a platform to him, but you know, we just gotta see what our techno-feudal lords are up to. This is more of like the council of the techno-feudal lords. These are like the priests, all right, or the lord. Yeah, I guess they are lords because there's a hierarchy amongst lords to kings, and they are probably subordinate to their CEO king, but they do see themselves as lords. All right, we're almost done with Hassan now.
Dangerous terrorist organization that a bunch of super terrorists that they uncovered the plot of. This is not just your average homegrown terrorist. This is a dangerous super terrorist.
Member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carol described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, Defendant Carol created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carol and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carol's bomb
God damn it. Thank you for saying something. Yeah, God damn it. Shit. Well, you know what? I'll come back to this. But that's really depressing when you accidentally leave yourself on mute. Thank you, John Bull. Oh, fuck. I keep switching my wallet. Thanks, Rather Mercurial, for scumming on by. Bada bing. John Bull has made $1 just by being cool, just by being based. Who knows what that will turn into? If you only hold on to it. Yeah, we'll go over some Nerdreich article a little later, but thanks for telling us, Rather. Thank you. It's gonna go with Rather Merc. I like Rather Merc. I don't like having to say curial. Rather Merc.
Bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carol also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carol and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents.
This sounds like the Gretchen Whitmer plot. Yeah, except the difference there is right-wing white nationalists are way more prominent and way better organized. Because, like, there is no equivalent to the Proud Boys on the left, right? There is no centralized structure of street militants that engage in like street violence with regular frequency. The closest you can get to is like Black Bloc, but that's not a centralized movement at all. Anti-fascism is an act, not an actual movement, right? Like, while there was definitely federal law enforcement agents like putting their hands on the scale with the Gretchen Whitmer stuff too, in this circumstance, like, the amount of push that you need to do, the amount of manipulation that you need to engage in is far more significant, in my opinion, because there's no real mobilization taking place of this sort on the left at all. It's just simply something that people say is happening, but it's usually
Something I thought about that I thought was pretty diabolical and insidious. So I feel like left-wing groups get suppressed way harder, way faster as they get momentum. Like, they are not allowed any tolerance whatsoever. Black Panther being a good example of that. Thug Life, another. Well, I mean, I guess that was more Puff Daddy, but that's still a little bit stuff outside that. He might have even been influenced or helped by state apparatuses because they love themselves a good proxy. But what if you just say you're right wing? What if you just LARP as a bunch of rednecks, a bunch of 3%ers, and you kind of farm the people protesting you, and you're like, hey, yo, we're just LARPing. This is just our cover, all right? Come on, train with us. Let's see what we can do, comrade. But let's be low-key, all right? Let's have some good ops so we don't get psyoped. Good OPSEC so you don't get psyoped.
not something that's happening at all. Partially because there is no real, like, major organized left. There is, however, an organized right. They're far more organized, down to more extremist elements, and far more willing to engage in acts of violence, and have engaged in acts of violence. There's no left equivalent to, like, Atomwaffen, you know?
And vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, take some of them out and scare.
Atomwaffen being an example of a group that infiltrates our military, okay? Ain't nobody on the left built like that. No way.
The rest. Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the four defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face, and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in Charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
Where did all the alts go that were talking about my voice, huh? Pops in for 5 minutes to see if they can get some retake tip, and then they dip. See, can't ever trust farmers, only fam. If you're fam, sound off in chat.
It's a place already famous across the world.
No, you gotta give me more. I need more about this group, please. Black Lotus is a villain group in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, I need to see more from this very valid, very real, very legitimate, revolutionary left militancy that they thwarted. Wait, this is a video? Watch 4 radical members of Turtle Island Liberation Front who call themselves the Order of the Black Lotus are seen constructing pipe bombs in the Mojave Desert. Accused ringleader Audrey Carroll told an FBI confidential human source at the time, "What we're doing will be considered a terrorist act." Hey, speaking to the microphone again, I couldn't catch it. I mean, can you tell me that one more time? Now we know why they can't stop school shooters or even catch them. We were talking about where the funds went in the FBI. Now you know. Why would they go out to the desert to construct pipe bombs? That could be done in someone's basement. Yeah, but you can't get a fucking drone footage like this if you do it in someone's basement. If it's even real at all and not like entirely made up by the FBI, this is the clearest case of entrapment of all time. The 4 allegedly conspired to carry out the bombings on New Year's Eve at 5 or more Amazon-type logistics centers operated by 2 identified companies in Orange County and Los Angeles. The accused domestic terror cell members Audrey Carroll, 30, Zachary Page, 32, Tina Lai, 41, and Dante Anthony Gaffield, 24, aka Nomad, will make an initial appearance in a Los Angeles federal court Monday. Verdant Force and Black Lotus are both Magic the Gathering cards. This is 100% made up. I mean, look, if there's one thing you can bank on, it's that this administration will f it up no matter what, which is precisely the reason why I have very, very little confidence. Even when they're more competent, they still always did rely on entrapment with regular frequency and failed to criminally charge or failed to convict people on stuff like this. And this is an extra incompetent administration.
You can't hear the video or you can't hear me? You should hear me and the video. What up, homo? Haven't seen you in chat in a minute. What up? One of my OGs. Am I good? Is the sound on? Let's make sure. Should be good. Let me unmute myself, get some echo.
Precisely the reason why I have very, very little confidence. Even when they're more competent, they still always did rely on entrapment with regular frequency and failed
Dang, I think
to criminally charge or
dang, I think my delay is like really brutal. That's why chat has been a little bit lagging. But now sound should it be off now?
administration. So who knows? But
Almost done with the video. Almost. I can hear you. All right. Thanks, John Bull.
suspect that if it's even real at all, it would probably be like the FBI informant. Like the assessment will be, how much was it the FBI informant or the FBI assets own personal involvement that got them to this, got them to even build something like this? You know what I mean? If it's just mostly when the WhatsApp group chat is leaked or when the Signal group chat is leaked, and it's the FBI informant constantly being like, listen up, comrades, we got to do more direct action. It's not enough that we're protesting. It's cool that we wrote the death to ICE placards on the protest, but we got to do more than just protest, comrades. We have to go out in the desert and build pipe bombs. Trust me. When it's like that, when that's the guy leading the conversation, most normal systems of law enforcement, most normal courts are going to look at that and be like, what the f are you doing? US is not normal, though. I mean, courts are somewhat normal still. They haven't fully destroyed the court system yet.
Ah, I wanted that video. Oh. All right, we can go back. Oh, another. Oh, it's. Oh. Hold on. Oh, I'd missed this one. I hadn't seen that either.
President Trump's chief of
All right, let's make another blast off. It's not laggy here. Let's go. Are the alts back to tell me how wonderful my voice is? Hey, chat, how's it going? Or no. Let me put on my smut voice. See if I can get my wife's attention. Oh, you're such a good girl. She was very irritated in the background. No, I like my Linda voice. Captain, refresh the mini app. All right, let me try refreshing here. Let me delete. Let me go away. Let me not have two retake windows. Let's refresh the stream, see if that does anything. Yeah? All right. Okay, how you guys can check what the delay is you message in chat and then you see how long it takes to show up in the overlay. That's how you know how long it is until I can actually see it. And then transversely, that's how long it takes you to hear me. Dang, so maybe that wasn't Din.Dot show. Maybe that was a whole live peer lag thing, because we're getting it everywhere. I wonder if YouTube or Twitch has that much improvement, or if it's my Wi-Fi. Maybe, what's today? Wednesday? Maybe we'll try a Twitch Thursday. I haven't been live on my Twitch in years. I eat balls. Dang, I think that's how long you guys are. It's like a minute delay then. Damn it. Am I in my... Yeah, I'm in my Ethernet. Overlay check. Damn, yeah, that's about probably between 30 seconds to a minute of lag. I'll let you guys catch up. All right. Let's do another blast off since we're still live. We'll be live for another 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour. See how I'm feeling. Tashin always sees the vibe market, Cass. 17. No, that was all rather. Guys, I fucking love this cast. This one was a banger, guys. Go interact with it. Go engage that shit. Alright. We casting again. Let's just go directly on here. Dang, John Bull is watching my stream and still casting into politics channel. God damn. I'll just have to. Bada bing. We'll do the YouTube video right underneath it this time. Eh. Boom, boom, boom. Y'all know who William Steele from Inmate to Roommate is? What? No. I haven't heard of that one. It wasn't Delane before now. Damn. Maybe just over time it gets bad? I don't know. I don't know.
Of staff is speaking out about the administration in a series of interviews with Vanity Fair. Susie Wiles says Trump has a, quote, alcoholic personality and will go for it whenever he sees an opportunity for retribution. She also calls Vice President Vance a conspiracy theorist for a decade and says Attorney General Pam Bondi whiffed on the Epstein Files controversy. Now Wiles is calling the article a disingenuously framed hit piece. White House correspondent Karen.
Yeah, bro, she daggered everybody in the admin in this. Also, she got the Erica Kirky eyes. I don't know what's up with that.
Travers is here for more on that. Hi, Karen. So Wiles is taking issue with this article, but she's not denying the specific quotes, and some of them are pretty eye-opening. So how is she explaining some of these statements?
Yeah, and this was a series of interviews that she did with Vanity Fair's Chris Whipple over many months. 11 interviews, he said, that he put together in these two pieces. In her statement posted on social media, Susie Wiles says this is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me, the president, the White House staff, and the cabinet. But she also says that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. But Diane, this piece has Washington talking because there are some incredible headlines in here. She talks about the president's retribution campaign, saying that when there's an opportunity, he will go for it, but that there was a loose agreement that the score settling would end before the first 90 days of his term were over. She talked about Elon Musk, who came in and was put in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. She said that he was an odd duck whose actions were were not always rational and sometimes left her aghast. She talked about J.D. Vance, who at one point was very anti-Trump and then, of course, is now part of the MAGA fold, and she said that that conversion was sort of political. She talked about the tariffs that the president put in place and said that there was a huge disagreement about this major policy decision of the president's, saying that this was a conversation and disagreement about whether they were a good idea. And on the president's current strategy in the Caribbean against Venezuela, she says that that strategy is to keep blowing up boats until Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, says uncle. Diane?
And Wiles also revealed President Trump is...
I love pearl clutching Republicans acting like this will do shit to isolate them and make libs pat them on the back. I don't even understand what the she was thinking. I guess like these guys, they just get very excited at any mainstream media appeal still. They like think that mainstream media will do them any favors. But I mean, look at these shots, dude. Vanity Fair cooked them so hard. That is crazy, brother. That is an insane photo shoot. I mean, this is really up. The filler injection sites, like you can see it. I feel like they specifically made Marco Rubio's ear a part of the photo. Look at this photo. Oh, I saw this already. Listen, look, I'm not as committed to Dr. Umar as I used to be in the past as an acolyte, as a defender. But this is the closest I've arrived to Snow Bunny mind control, like being a real thing. And you can't show me this. This is literally Snow Bunny mind control, bro. She's like, oh yeah, I love my white jeans. I'm not gonna back down from loving white jeans. Oh, people are saying I'm a white supremacist. I just love jeans. The whiter they are, the better they are. And then boom, comes out, titties on deck. Get the fuck out of here. Click away, look away. I'm smart.
Dang it, I was muted again. Look away. No. You can't. You can't. Maybe just... What up, Elijah? First time scumming around these parts, is it? How you doing? What's your life story? Tell me everything. I love you. Is that coming on too strong? How's it going? If you're still there in chat, say what's up. Oh. Thank you, John Bull, my faithful. The one always clicking the buttons for me, showing up. That's why he gets the base rewards. Guys, if you stick around and you do as you're told, you pay attention, all right? There's a lot of ways to earn. No, I'm not muted this time. Oh, wait. The delay is killing me every damn time. Okay, guys. We got a new device. It's a little dirty, but that's okay. I think we still got some good wax in here. Let it preheat a bit, and then all right, guys. Let's hit double digits on the stream. Oh, hold up. We got 5 viewers. You need to get me 5 more, chat. Get me 5 more. And we drink a little lean. Some ice cream lean. It's not lean, guys. It's THC syrup, but they call it lean. Here. This is the dankest shit you can ever taste. Believe it. Let's see if it's too childproof for me. All right. I think I got it. Okay. That might be a little too much. Woo! Everyone go blow up the timeline. Go blow up my cast. Get me more viewers. I am hungry. I am fiending. Been live for almost 2 hours. If you want me to continue, gonna need some activity. All right? Let's get back into it.
Smarter than that. Susie Wiles told the New York Times she didn't call Elon Musk an avowed ketamine addict in one of her 11 interviews with Vanity Fair. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't have said it, and I wouldn't know. Vanity Fair, cool. Here's a recording of you saying that. Oh my God. Oh, it's on tape. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, she's so cooked. She's supposed to be the only competent person, for the record. You understand that, right? Like, Susie Wiles getting caught like this is even worse. Because she is the maximum competent person, perhaps one of the only competent people in the White House. Obviously, like, the Elon Musk ketamine thing is not that big of a deal because Donald Trump has basically also said similar things. But the rest of this stuff is not good because she basically says it's a state of chaos with warring interests and every single person is a idiot. On the morning of November 4th. On an off-year election day, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles was meeting in Oval Office with the president and his top advisors, men she calls her core team.
Thank you, Homo, for clicking the buttons. I see you. Woo! You know, I'll give you a super nice tip, too. Watered it down a little to make it taste good. Let's see. How are y'all doing? If you try really hard, maybe I'll still do it. But let's get this stream going. What are we at? 5 viewers still. Come on, y'all. Push it. Push it. Push it. To the limit. Got it. I don't know what the rest is.
VPJD, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff. The agenda was twofold: ending the congressional filibuster and forcing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro from power. As she related it later, President Trump was holding forth on the filibuster when Wiles stood up and started for the door. Trump eyed her. Is this an emergency that you have to leave? He demanded. It was nothing of the sort. But Wiles left Trump guessing. She replied, it's an emergency. It doesn't involve you. With that, according to Wiles, she departed the Oval. Wiles, while wearing dark pants and a plain black leather top, met me in the office with a smile and a handshake. Over sandwiches from the White House mess, we talked about the challenges Trump faces. Wiles and I have spoken regularly about almost everything: the contents, consequences of the Epstein files, ISIS brutal mass deportations, blah, 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 all this shit. I don't care. Most senior White House officials parse their words and speak only on background, but over many on-the-record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question I put to her. We often spoke on Sundays after church. Wiles, an Episcopalian, calls herself Catholic Light. One time we spoke while she was doing her laundry in Washington, D.C. In her Washington, D.C. rental. Trump, she told me, has an alcoholic's personality. Vance's conversion from her never Trumper to MAGA acolyte, she said, has been sort of political. The vice president, she added, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vought, architect of the notorious Project 2025 and head of the Office of Management and Budget, is a right-wing absolute zealot. When I asked her what she thought of Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, I think...
Let's get high together. We are one. We are studs. We're all high together. I tried. We're elevated together. That sounds mighty gay of you, Homo Hugh. High School Musical Theater. Ooh. It actually sounds like it would have been really awesome to go to, though.
That's when he's microdosing. She says she doesn't have firsthand knowledge. Wiles is the most powerful person in in the White House other than the president himself. Unlike any chief of staff before her, she is a woman. She also happens to be one of the only competent individuals in the admin. Okay, she is literally, I'm telling you right now, this is a remarkable expose, because as Trump has also recognized time and time again, and I keep repeating this, she is the last soldier. If she falls, I suspect everything will fall apart, because every other person, I'm sure Trump knows as well, is a self-invested rat. She has been able to carry this insane team and whip them into shape over and over again. If you are wondering how the Trump administration, despite having so many different loud voices, has been able to still demonstrate a degree of incompetent competence, as I like to call it, Susie Wiles is the big reason for it. So many decisions of great consequence are being made on the whim of the president. And as far as I can tell, the only force that can direct or channel that whim is Susie, a former Republican chief told me. In most White Houses, the chief of staff is the first among a bunch of equals. She may be the first with...
I don't get no motion on X. I don't know why y'all use that shit. So lame. Such a pay-to-play ass platform. You link anything, gone. Ain't gonna see anyone. You don't pay me, gone. Ain't no one gonna see your shit. Well, all right, bye. I don't need it. I don't need it.
No equals. I don't think there's anybody in the world right now that could do the job that she's doing, Rubio told me. He called her bond with Trump and earn trust. Vance described Wiles' approach to the chief's job. There is this idea that people have that I think was very common in the first admin, he told me, that their objective was to control the president or influence the president or even manipulate the president because that they had to in order to serve national interests. Susie just takes the diametrically opposite viewpoint, which is that she's a facilitator, that the American people have elected Donald Trump, and her job is to actually facilitate his vision and to make his vision come to life. It's been a busy year. Trump and his team have expanded limits of presidential power, unilaterally declared war on drug cartels and post-terrorists. We already know, blah, blah, blah. At the same time, Trump has waged war on his political enemies, pardoned the January 6 rioters, firing nearly everyone involved in their investigation and prosecution, sued media companies into multi-million-dollar settlements. Oh, God. Even reading 2 paragraphs of the last 12 months gives me agita. Even when I'm like reading a summarization of some of Trump's finest moments is enough for me to be like, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. He's redefined the way presidents behave, verbally abusing women, minorities, almost anyone who offends them. Charlie Kirk's assassination in September turbocharged Trump's campaign in revenge and retribution. Critics have compared this moment to the Reichstag fire, a modern version of Hitler's exploitation of the torching of Berlin's parliament. Historically, the White House chief of staff is the president's gatekeeper, confidant, and executor of his agenda. That often means telling the president hard truths. Upon taking office, Ronald Reagan was hell-bent on reforming Social Security. James A. Baker III explained to him that cutting Social Security benefits was the third rail of American politics. Reagan pivoted to tax cuts and was ultimately reelected in a landslide. Fuck demon. The White House chief of staff, Donald Rumsfeld, Gerald Ford's chief, explained, the White House's chief of staff is the one person besides his wife who can look him right in the eye and say, this is not right. You simply can't go down that road. Just how far will Trump veer off the guardrails of democracy? The question around Wiles' tenure under Trump has been whether she will do anything to restrain him. A better question, does she want to? Damn, it goes all the way back to T-minus 9 days. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. There's a lot of interesting stuff in here and a lot of drama, which I don't really have the confidence to get into. But here's another. Susie Wiles' interview seems like a major unforced error. There was no need to get profiled for Vanity Fair. Her comments were uncharacteristically careless, and she came off as undermining the administration's messaging and belittling her boss. So you got even like, random defensive people getting upset To be fair, I'm sure this is extremely frustrating to her because surely that wasn't her intent and quotes were taken out of context, but they weren't fabricated. She said those things on the record. We've all misspoken at times, but this wasn't a one-off gaffe. There were 11 interviews and a whole photo shoot. Super confusing how this was even possible given that the White House has a press team and extensive media coaching. In contrast, the quotes from Marco Rubio and JD Vance were totally aligned and on message. Let's move on to some choice quotes from this article.
And yet, to J. Mart's point, one of the hallmarks of President Trump's first term would be staff dissension and sometimes stunning comments made by staff, sometimes in interviews. Whipple writes that he asked Wiles back in March if she ever went to President Trump and told him that this term is not supposed to be a retribution tour. Yes, I do, she replied. We have a loose agreement that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over. Whipple asked Wiles again in late August, far beyond those 90 days. Wiles responds this way, quote, I don't think he's on a retribution tour, she said. A governing principle for him is, I don't want what happened to me to happen to somebody else. And so people that have done bad things need to get out of the government. In some cases, it may look like retribution. And there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. When Whipple pressed Wiles about accusing New York Attorney General Letitia James of mortgage fraud, Trump did that, Wiles responded this way, well, that might be the one retribution. And when asked if she's called out the president on that, Wiles said, no, 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 not on her, not on her. She had $500 million of his money. Wiles went on to laugh.
Yes, this is the competent one. Yes. And so far, if her goal was to basically keep this admin together, devoid of many leaks, even when most of the people are incompetent charlatans, she accomplished it. She did a lot better than Trump 1, as the MS Now anchors also talked about. Because Trump 1, many of you may be too young to remember, was one chaotic media moment after another. There were so many leakers. There were so many people who were actually like invested in doing the job and not just being a servant to Trump's interests, no matter how silly those immediate needs were, right? Like they were not doing what Trump wanted them to do. This administration has been much more damaging to Americans for that reason, because Trump has surrounded himself with loyalists and many incompetent figures that are first and foremost invested in doing his bidding.
Peter Baker, we're sort of breathless. We're all kind of dizzy from reading this morning. You got an early look at the Vanity Fair piece and wrote about it for The Times, which has been ricocheting across social media in the last hour or so. There's so many things to dive into here, including Wiles, like, putting the cards on the table in terms of Venezuela and what they're trying to do there, saying that indeed Trump is simply trying to pressure, with these boat attacks, trying to pressure Maduro to step down. Talk about that and other things that really jumped out to you.
Yeah, she said this is all about getting Maduro to cry uncle. And she also said that if Trump goes for land strikes, which he's been talking about lately, that he would have to go to Congress for authorization. That's a really interesting concession, because I haven't heard White House say up until now that they needed Congress for anything when it comes to this undeclared war on Venezuela and drug smuggling and so on. So that's an important point. It's a fascinating series of interviews. You know, she obviously came to relax in her conversations with Chris Whipple. Chris wrote the book on White House chiefs of staff, and therefore I think she looked at these conversations as part of, you know, setting the history of her time as chief of staff. In some ways, she's been the most successful of Trump's chief of staff, one that he actually seems to trust. She didn't view her job. She doesn't view her job like John Kelly did. John Kelly viewed his job as somebody who threw his body in front of the train as it headed down to places that he thought were reckless or unwise or illegal. That's not how Susie Wiles looks at her job. She looks at her job as facilitating the Trump's agenda, the things he wants to do, even if she thinks he's gone too far. And she talks in the article about times when she urged him to do things he didn't, like not to pardon all of the most violent January 6th rioters, to wait on tariffs until there was agreement on his team, and so on and so forth. But she says, hey, you know, when there's a tie, he wins.
Yeah, I mean, J-Mart, this is...
This sounds more like an affair than an interview. Yo, you think Susie was fucking the reporter, dude? You think this is Olivia Nuzzi? Olivia get the Nuzzi type type situation here. I mean, 11 interviews is crazy, bro. I did a major profile for New Yorker, if you guys recall, and that was like 3 days. 11 interviews is wild.
It's pretty stunning stuff, and we have to, wonder what the reaction will be from the Oval Office. Other places.
Yeah, my Vanity Fair profile, which
Goddamn. All right, no more dabs on stream. It absolutely incapacitates me. Oh, my lungs are so ticklish. Oh, I'm so weak. Such a little bitch ass. Oh, no. Relaxing vibes. It's like I turned into our dog with her coughing issues when I take these dabs, babe. You don't even hear me.
also did some pretty solid numbers, if you recall. That was conducted over like 3 hours.
In the White House, we know Trump 1.0 was really marked by a lot of staff turnover. President Trump, has really prided himself in there being a lot less of that this time around. Susie Wiles
we're in the chat. Yo, Sultan of Scum. That us.
Has really prided himself in there being a lot less of that this time around. Susie Wiles actually has been getting a lot of the credit in Washington for running a tight.
To be fair, you're not the chief of staff. Yeah, exactly. That makes it worse for her. I'm a yapper and a Twitch streamer, and I'm saying I didn't do 11 interviews. Do you understand? If you're the chief of staff, you, especially for an administration like this one, you definitely should not be doing 11 separate interviews.
So, Peter Baker, let's get your thoughts on this because, President Trump, I don't think never likes it when a staffer gets too much attention. It's possible that could be at play here. We do know he's quite fond of Susie Wiles and fond of her father, NFL legend and broadcasting legend, Pat Summerall. Even Wiles' words for Trump, though, saying he has an alcoholic's personality because she knew her father, Pat Summerall, was an alcoholic. I don't know how well that will land. We know how much Trump really hates the idea of alcohol and drinking. But give us your sense here as to what this next stretch could look like for an administration where there are already rumors growing. There could be a lot of turnover sometime next year after Trump clears the 1 year mark.
Alcoholic's personality without the alcohol is such a L2 because you're not even fun.
Tip for you. Come on,
you got none of the good stuff there. You're not even fun at parties. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the alcoholic's personality, what she's talking about, you're right, is her father. She got to understand, she says, what people with big personalities, in effect, do. She says an alcoholic, a high-functioning alcoholic, or even everyday alcoholics somehow manage to be even more of themselves. And she's talking about Trump in that sense, not that he's a drinker. In fact, he's not a drinker. We know that. But she says he has that big personality who believes he can do anything and that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, nada, she says.
Yeah, this was funny response to Marco Rubio complaining about this. It's obvious to most people that Vanity Fair deliberately manipulated the pictures and reported statements without context trying to make the White House team look bad. Yeah, no, definitely, man. This is not what you look like.
Oh, of course, Tashin sounds off. You even paying attention to the video. Why do I keep... Oh, yeah, probably because I'm refreshing. Is this on the right one? Yeah. Oof, that's a lot. Shabing. How about that? There you go, little buddy. Now go spread the gospel. Go tell it from the mountain. Degen Communist is live, and they should scum together with us.
You are totally a fucking hottie. How did they do that to you? I do think it's funny that they included his ginormous ear. They couldn't put both because then it couldn't be close up. You had to literally go to a different zip code to get both of his ears in the shot. But I do like that they included, he's the only one who got at least one ear included in the close-up shots. No one else. And I know that was deliberate. I know that was deliberate. And yes, I know he can hear me saying this right now from Washington, D.C. Okay, F you, Marco Rubio. Body shaming? Oh, shut up. I have big ears too, okay? I can do it. This is the one thing I can do. Look how big my ears are. Obviously nothing in comparison to Marco Rubio's, but like there's
tiny.
nobody more loyal or committed to President Trump's mission than Susie Wiles.
Just
she is
little guys.
one of the main reasons why we are a team that works together to carry out the president's promises to the American people. Yeah, photographer had to hit the fisheye lens to get both, to get even one ear in the shot.
So I think she's making that kind of a comparison. I don't know how much she's going to appreciate that or not. I think you're right to wonder. Obviously, she could make enemies with this elsewhere in the West Wing. Will J.D. Vance appreciate being called a conspiracy theorist? She says that Marco Rubio converted to MAGA out of principle, whereas J.D. Vance, and there's a contrast here, did it out of politics, in effect, because he was running for the Senate. Will J.D. Vance appreciate that? I think that obviously Elon Musk, she talks about him. She says he's an odd duck. She says she was aghast at his defenestration of USAID. She said no rational person, that's her words, no rational person would have done it the way he did it. So we'll see. She hasn't made a lot of enemies up until now. This may be a turning point in that regard. We'll have to wait and see. But you're right. There hasn't been a lot of turnover. He hasn't wanted to give in to the outside voices saying you need to make a change. You get rid of Hegseth. You got to get rid of RFK Jr. He's been resistant to that. This will be a test of that discipline or that resistance.
Eugene Robinson, give us your quick thoughts as to what you read in these stunning interviews.
Stunning, absolutely stunning that she would be so candid, and I think this is a really valuable and fascinating look, sort of behind the curtain, behind the scenes of the court of the Mad King. And that's where we are, and all these assorted.
Why is she doing this? I don't know. You got to go through every quote that she gave in that to see if there was anything that she was like trying to cast doubt on or something. I don't know. Turns out she's a huge Rob Reiner fan. Okay. She's protecting her legacy. Her legacy is directly associated with Trump at this point. There is no other legacy beyond that. I don't know. Dementia. I do think that the reason why they do these kinds of interviews though is because they think they can outsmart journalists, or they think that journalists are actually coming to them and offering them real praise, you know? Like they think that journalists are playing ball with them. Yeah, also, exactly. The vice president complains about the publication which ran the interview yet posed for this glamour shot that ran with the interview. Vance's parting comments on the Vanity Fair article. If any of us have learned a lesson from that Vanity Fair article, I hope that the lesson is we should be giving fewer interviews to mainstream media outlets. Yeah, he was big mad. Severance Corps. Yeah, these are the people on JCS who think they can outsmart the cops. These are the people who go to the strip club and think that the stripper is actually into you, like really into you.
They go to the Vanity Fair article and they're like, oh yeah, it was so fun. Oh, I love that person. What's the news you're seeing on Balaji's episode? Okay. Wow, thank you for bringing that up, because that's what I was thinking of circling back around to. We watched a couple more minutes. We're about an hour in, and he is famous for these fucking long as shit episodes. Bruh, where there was one insane one. Are these all just clips, bruh? Dude, he had. Where did it go? No,
all right. Well,
David, all this shit. Maybe we will have to though. I don't want to go through clips. There was some like 12, 18-hour one from a while ago. Where did it go? $10 hours? Maybe this is the one I was thinking of. Oh, fuck. Okay. Do you have any news, Tashin, to share with us about Network State? Entertain me, Bicky Mickey. Cheers. Twerk it. I'm gonna have to see some green in the chat before I start showing ass. All right, that's how it works. Everyone knows that. You got to throw money at me and I shake it for you. It's nature at its most primal form. You give me token, I shake ass. We were doing that in the caveman days. Just shake your booty. I've been watching a lot of the P. Diddy documentary. But anyway. Ooh, Capitalism's New Playbook. Some of these are good. Is the state? Oh. Maybe we watch this one next. But let's get back. I was falling asleep at this part of it, but now that I'm more elevated, whew. God, it's so fast acting. Notice, I think it's flipped, but you can see. Is it gonna focus? There it is. Nano infused. So it's really fast, guys. What mini app? Oh, wow. Tastes like coconut and metal. Oh, yeah. Let's get into it.
There's an entry, and that remains at a 21 million sum across all people, right? Maybe if the Chinese yuan is backed by gold, which they think they want to do, maybe that's also like not affected or not affected in the same way, right? So those ledger entries stay mostly intact, the ledger entries of factories and of hard currencies, because you can't hyperinflate away factories or what have you, right? But for everybody who doesn't have hard currencies or factories, and their fiat currencies go away, they go to zero, what happens? Well, first of all, their stream of inbound, their job, that also basically like their bonds to other people, like where they were getting their, fiat to live. It's almost like a bunch of, little ants or blobs on the surface of the earth. They're very confused about what to do next, right? They go to work for useless paper, but it's useless. They try to go to the store to buy something, but that's not being accepted anymore, right? And the thing is, this has happened before in Germany. Obviously, as you know, it happened in Russia after the end of the Soviet Union. But the difference was, it was happening in like one part of the world, and the rest of the world had hard currency. So there's like healthy tissue around that bailed it out, right? But when it's going to happen to the dollar, and it's going to happen to Western governments, those are used so widely that many people, like it'll be at least 10x the end of the Soviet Union in terms of global impact. Everybody who's speaking English will be affected by it to some extent. The degree to which you hold US dollars, US property, US real estate. A lot of people, by the way, I think are very wrong where they think, land is safe. Land in America is not safe because real estate is guarded by the state. A state that runs out of money.
How else am I supposed to get through this episode, Tashin? What better solution do you have to get through that? All right? If you can tell me, I'm listening, but sober ain't gonna cut it.
Is not a state that's going to protect private property, as we already know. It's also a state that allows squatters in your homes. It's a state that allows homeless addicts in your doorstep. It's a state that allows your house to burn down in the Pacific Palisades. And it's a state that doesn't let you build up a house either, right? So if you zero this out and you zero out all the fiat bonds that are holding people together, my view is, Democrats and Republicans, they don't talk to each other. They're not on the same social networks. They certainly don't vote for each other. They don't even marry each other. Only 4% of Democrats are married to Republicans. Okay. The only thing they do to some extent today is trade with each other, even though they're like firebombing Elon's Tesla dealerships and stuff like that. There's still trade that's happening, right? But when that last piece of paper, the dollar, gets ripped in two, that last strand that's holding the disunited states of America together, because it's really disunited states, it's not the United States. Even the term American and America first, the problem is it's more coherent to say like Republican first, right? I mean, Democrats define democracy as ruled by Democrats, and Republicans define American as red American. And both of them are always confused when 50% is the other way. That's why Democrats lose an election, because 50% are Republicans, and Republicans say American and 50% are blue Americans. So their words are wrong. They're like their map of the world is not correct. But when you start saying Republican first or Democrat first, and you start realizing those have become ethnic groups, essentially, like Sunni and Shiite, for example, or Protestant and Catholic.
Wish I wasn't.
After the dollar goes and all legacy bonds between them are broken, well, first of all, they both blame each other. What'll happen is probably the Republicans will blame China and the Democrats will blame Bitcoin. That's like likely to be what happens. And I think blame Bitcoin. What'll happen is probably the Republicans will blame China and the Democrats will blame Bitcoin.
Blame. Oh.
That's like likely to be what happens. And I think Democrats are already siding with Chinese communists, where, Gavin Newsom welcomed Xi to California, and like Hassan, went to China and so on and so forth. And
yo, shout out. Dang, oh, wow. Way to go, comrade. Balaji knows who you are. I definitely don't think that's a good thing, but there's hope for us. He might find out who we are. Dude, debate on network stage. Oh, we'll watch all of his shit until we get there.
And
we're gonna get fucked up the whole way, motherfucker Tashin. This one's for you.
I understand why that's happening. I think, that's likely to happen. The West Coast and so on will be able to get goods from China without tariffs. Republicans will become laser-eyed, assault rifle wielding, stake eating, crypto anarchisty, Bitcoin maximalists, because that's already happening as well, right? I think the way I put it is after MAGA maximalism, after orange man, orange coin. Haha, okay. Kind of funny, right? And the reason is that after Trump, there's no other single figure, I think, who can, the Republican coalition has so many contradictions within it. It's going to be riven, and it's just going to be a bunch of people who, the only thing they share is, okay, Bitcoin is good. Like an example, somebody like, I don't know.
Wow.
Gosh, I don't want to name him, but there's like a podcaster who basically is like he's anti-Indian, he's all this, but he likes Bitcoin. So you know what? We got that, right? We agree on that. We agree on fiat, currency being bad and hard money being good. There might be 50 other things we disagree on, but we've got that. So the post-Republican, post-Trump coalition isn't really a coalition. It's a Bitcoin maximalist coalition, and it's no longer America first.
Oh, that would taste
because
dang.
I think the outcome of the destruction of the dollar will be to end Democrats' faith in quote democracy and Republicans' faith in America. Democrats will side with Chinese communism, and Republicans will become Bitcoin maximalists. And Bukele is a maximalist, but Elizabeth Warren will side with Chinese communism, right? So any grouping that says American, that puts blue Americans and red Americans together, but has Bukele as an outgroup, is, I think, incorrect from where things actually are, right? If Bukele isn't part of your tribe as a Republican, you probably have the wrong definition of what your tribe is. At least I think that's where it's going to be in like 5 years or 10 years, right? Like MAGA is, in my view, sort of like wokeness in this sense, where it's like a last gasp type of thing to try to solve something ideologically, which is not being able to be solved that way, right? They're not going to be able to bring back the America of 1945 or 1985 or even 2005. And they're only just starting to dimly realize that. Which is not to say it's not that I don't have some sympathy for them. Even I have some sympathy for many of the Democrats too. It's just a very unfortunate situation for them where their pie has shrunk and the successors are China and the internet. So my view is that when fiat goes, it tears those remaining bonds. You have what I call American anarchy. The Democrats go to the communists, and the Republicans become hardcore Bitcoin maximalists, and that's where I think the future is. Let me pause there, get your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the theory of Democrat-Communist-China alliance. I think there's a lot of anti-China sentiment on the left in the U.S. as well. But
there was, but I'll show you some graphs. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm not as up to date with American politics as you are, but this strikes me as unexpected. So
well,
go ahead,
so let me. Here's my argument on that. Basically, the thing is that you're absolutely right that from 2020 to 2024, Democrats actually did push pretty hard to try to fight China, right? Except they lost. And in losing, once you lose, then a faction of the party that disagrees is coming to the fore. So Gavin Newsom was not the anti-China one. He was the only Democrat who in 2023 got an in-person meeting with Xi in China. Okay. And he basically went and pivoted he said there's tons and tons of articles on this. You can look at Xinhua, China Today, CGTN. And what he said was he's willing to be China's long-term stable and strong partner. Xinhua commentary, welcome more Newsoms to come. Okay. And this was a very important thing. Democrats are more likely than Republicans to say U.S. and China can cooperate. So this is like a 20-point gap. And this was like, 2.5 years ago.
Wow.
Okay. And so, and I think that has accelerated over the last few years because, in a sense, Democrats just want to be part of the strongest state. And Republicans are more like an ethnic group or like a nation, or they want to be, at least. Like Democrats are the state, Republicans are the nation, very roughly, right? And so Democrats wanted to, the fight with China was like, who has the strongest state? Now that they've lost, they're willing to just be administrators of essentially the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere 2.0. I'll give you a concrete version of that. Newsom has said that he doesn't want to enforce the China tariffs or the tariffs in California. Right? And because that's actually a great left populist line for him to take, since cheap Chinese goods in a time like that is going to be probably a constitutional crisis that we can foresee coming, where prices are going to soar. Newsom will say we're not enforcing tariffs on Chinese products in California ports. The California public will probably be on Newsom's side, many of them, because they want cheaper goods. But many Republicans will say, oh, you traitor, you're basically like a strike breaker or something like that. You let this through. And there'll be a huge fight over this, right? But fundamentally, I think China's state capacity, and now the Democrats are, the analogy to this, by the way, is like Venezuela, North Korea, right? China's very used to dealing with sort of post-apocalyptic socialist states, right? Like, post-dollar America will be a lot like Venezuela.
Yeah,
and that's
I don't know how much I agree with that. I have, I think we've discussed this on Twitter before. I think I have a much more rose-tinted glasses.
Go, give me your view. Give me your view
on this, which is, I think this is the dystopia. We are in the dystopia right now. This is it. The high inflation and the fact that people in the year 20.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Stock's still good. Dollar still hegemonic. What are you talking about? You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh my gosh. We're at the precipice. And get ready, everyone outside of the U.S. We hurt, you hurt. And it sucks. But we need to decouple that. That pain is going to have to be necessary, but I hope it motivates you. I hope it thrives and activates you.
2025, when we have all these incredible machines and all this incredible software that gives us so much high productivity, and you have people living in what is supposedly the richest country in the world, in the US, working their asses off throughout their 20s and struggling to buy a house at all, and some of them may never own a house. I think this is the damage of inflation, and I think there will be.
The example he just gave is a damage of rentierism. That is companies and small investors that, can own dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of single family homes. Those people drive up the cost of ownership and turn us all into, you will own nothing and be happy. Whereas here at Scum, you will own nothing and be very happy. Quick question. Is it pink?
If we do actually witness the dollar die, it would be painful initially, but I think the aftermath, I don't see it as a Mad Max world. I see it the other way around. I see it as people just waking up and realizing, oh my God, I can't believe all of these horrible things that were happening to us because of fiat, and now they're over. I think so much conflict, drama, inflation, obviously theft and economic problems will just be resolved when you take inflation away. And again, I am a monomaniac. Inflation is my hobby horse. I see it everywhere, but that does not necessarily mean that I'm wrong. I think it's just it permeates through all aspects of life, and it makes government so incredibly powerful and so unaccountable that I don't think even people like me may not even get our get our hands around just how massive of a deal inflation is. So I think just as soon as people are able to acquire,
they are so hyper fixated on inflation, man. It's so bad.
money that they can trust, I think the world is going to change in a very, very positive way.
So I agree
here,
that it is going to be actually a lot. I mean, all right, let me give an analogy. Think about the fall of the Soviet Union, right? Was the end of communism good for the world, right? Let's call it the end of Soviet communism, because Chinese communism kept the brand, changed the substance, right? Was it good for the world? Yes, right? Was it good for Eastern Europe? After an adjustment period? Yes. Broadly speaking, Estonia, Poland, these have all developed. Even with the various flaws, you can say, still, they're much, much, much better off than they were under the Soviet boot. Was it better for the Russians? Yes, but with major asterisks, because they had at least 10 years of Grand Theft Auto during the 90s, because they had a very bumpy understates it. Like they had hyper.
Some might call it a shock and awe treatment, if you will.
Inflation, they lost their empire, like life expectancy dropped like 5 or 10 years. They had basically quasi civil war and lots.
Here. How many viewers we got here? 3? Damn it. I wanted double digits and I've drank my juice for nothing. U.S. Empire versus Turtle Island Liberation Fronts. Thank you. Tashain. 22 minutes ago. Let's do one little last blast. Last call. I'll just do it to my home. Last call. Callcast. We are still alive, but not for much. Get in her while still can. All right, guys. You want some super noise tips? for some free labor. I think dollar price should drop, inflation going to increase. Oh, hyperinflation is coming for the hegemon. It's just going to be a war that causes it, where they overextend themselves and they don't have the production in China and cuts them off from their supply. I thought live ended, GM. All right, everyone, go copy and paste that into your favorite browsers. We got 5 viewers. Oh my God, you guys come when I cast. Y'all scum when I cast. It's amazing. All right, if you want some super noise tips, Quotecast, the one I just put in chat. All right. Quotecast it anywhere you please. You can do it on your homepage. I don't care. Quotecasts are my favorite. Let's get some last people in here reacting to this very important video, and I've almost finished all of my tashine. Oh, oh, yeah, let's go.
Lots of different places. They had the Tajikistani civil war, and they had the Chechnya thing, and they had Serbia and Kosovo on their border, and they had guys shelling the White House, and they lost a lot of talent. A lot of high IQ people left, right? And they're essentially humiliated and prostrate on the world stage. And that basically lasted for a decade. That's what they call it, like the wild 90s in Russia. And then they got Putin in the late 90s, 99, 2000, and then he gradually restored order. And that's like, you know, there's lots of things that are wrong about Putin, but unless you understand how Putin restored stability to Russia in the 90s, you understand why a lot of Russians support him, right? Even given, we can agree with many of the critiques, but just like to understand that at least through line, right? A lot of people outside Russia don't understand that. I think what happens at the end of American Keynesianism, I think I agree with you that it's better for much of the world. Huge parts of the world, like this giant tax on them goes away. That tax that was American Keynesianism. Now, it is also true.
American Keynesianism. Why they love blaming things, valid things, on invalid targets. Like they redirect you to excuse some other niche, technically correct, but not the whole picture. U.S. central bank dollar hegemony. It's their power, it's their imperialism and the inheritance they enjoyed and the deals they made being the being in the power that they have. It's not Keynesianism. That's just who beat out the Chicago School after the IMF. Woo! This was a great deal for America. You enjoy so much benefits not having to back your dollar by someone else's dollar, which every other country has to.
That the retreat of the U.S. military means potentially lots of scores get settled. There's a lot of instability, lots of penny ante local conflicts erupt. And then we'll see if China decides to quell them or not, right? And I can see it going both ways. It basically depends on how much China's interests are there. China might be the total monkey's paw opposite of the neocons and the neolibs. You know how the neocons and neolibs, they invade all these countries, blow them up for democracy or whatever, right? China might be the total opposite, where they will trade with orthodox or quasi-orthodox Russia, with meritocratic Singapore, with kleptocratic Venezuela, with, you know, basically Shiite Iran and Sunni, you know, like Saudi Arabia.
They have a Ron Paul foreign policy. Free trade with everyone, entangling alliances with no one, basically.
Yes, except the issue is that empire is, I mean, the thing is power abhors a vacuum, right? And so the really interesting question is, I mean, America, as you may know, there's a really good book called Tomorrow the World by Stephen Wertheim. And for many years, Americans were actually led by pretty good statesmen who said, you know what, let the British Empire be the empire. We don't want to be the empire, right? That's stupid and expensive and so on. We just want to build up our strength.
This is the Bitcoin Standard and the Network State with Balaji Srinivasan and Saifedean. Did I get that right? Retake mess. Oh my gosh. All right, the alts are coming in. Literally altcoin bandit. Drop the hair routine, bro. Yeah, man. This is that ghost root. You like so my wife just grabbed little pieces and we had like the little rubber band ones, or you can buy a cap for it, but you just do a whole bunch of them and then you only brush the bottom. And yeah, now we looking like Rogue from X-Men. It pays for paying attention. Want tips? Quote and join, motherfucker. We are comrades. All right. Okay, banger. I hope it. Yeah, I should still have a big old budget for all these. I'll make sure. Oh. Barcaster shitting on me. Sorry, RNX. Last call from the captain. When you cast too furiously. Handsome man. Ugh. All the scumrads know what's up. You go quote cast. Oh, you get super nice tips. And then we watch it. Oh, that hit is tickling me. Oh, how much I got in here? So, obviously, we can't watch this episode sober. So we've been doing a little bit of this guy. Let's make sure it gets in focus. A little bit of this guy. 3000 nano infuse. No, let's just. Like, I gotta check if my wife's here. Like, it's a big. How much have we drank? I don't know how much is left. Retake mas. Retake mas. Treasure Quest. I'm glad you remember. Bizarre Beast would be happy with that shout out, with that natural organic. Maybe after I'm uber fucked up, we'll see how good I do on Treasured Quest. And Tashin, if you want to explain the rules, we'll do some prediction market shit with you. But I ain't explaining it no more. I'm getting fucked up. All right? So if you would like to go off in chat and try to get people with you, if you can get like 3 or 4 others, I'll do some treasure quests. That is not an issue. That sounds fun. Oh, I can feel it in my chest, y'all. The Holy Spirit's coming over me. He's coming with us, y'all. Let's fucking get it.
No. But then in 1939, 1940, after the fall of France, they said, oh, well, the Nazis are actually going to crush the British Empire, and then they could take over Europe and they could block trade flows to us. And we don't want either the Nazis or the Soviets to become the global empire, so we're going to have to become it, right? So that was actually the moment, not 1945, but 1940, 1941, when Americans made the decision to play for global number one. And I wonder how much anarchy China will tolerate outside of China. I can really see it going both ways, and maybe it's situational. On the one hand, they've got their great firewall, they're armed to the teeth, no one's going to F with them at home. Why should they care? On the other hand, they've done Belt and Road, they're the world's largest trade partner, they, like every country trades with China, right? They've got fingers in every pie from Africa. They're building a whole railroad across like Latin America, if you saw that, right? Like South America, I saw this railroad and it's this thing that like vectors down across South America. And I remember asking, why is it dumping out into like the South Atlantic? Nobody's there. Then I realized it's not doing that. You know what it's doing? It's pointed towards China. So it's like a railroad where Brazil and all these, Argentina, everybody loads their stuff and it just goes boom, straight to Beijing like this way, right? Or straight to China, right? And so that's the counter argument, is it has like enormous mineral and mining and other resources and interests abroad and wants to maintain stability. Plus, every country, as is the nature of things, is going to be looking for global leadership after the US collapses, in my view. And many of them, including the Democrats, are going to look to China. In fact, they already said that. Tim Walz, during the whole Iran thing, was a VP, you know, Tim Walz is a VP. He said, if there's one, you know, China can maybe intermediate here. Even during the Russia thing, Europeans have like reached out to China and so on and so forth, right? So there'll be a lot of, and then actually China set up BRICS. What's BRICS? It's basically a parallel UN. It's like, you know, India, or rather Russia and China were members of the UN, or the Security Council members, right? And they left the US, Britain, and France there, and they went and founded their own UN and added India and also Brazil, right? And then South Africa, but let's say, you know, India and Brazil are the real, you know, new Security Council members. And so they've actually founded a bunch of things that are sort of like a parallel empire in waiting, right? Another example is, you know, they've got this thing in Hong Kong where China this is a rumor, I don't know if it's true, okay? But the rumor is that right now HKD, as you may know, is pegged 8-1 to USD, okay? And the rumor is like the yuan will be revalued to basically be like backed by gold, and then HKD will be the unlocked global version of the yuan, and the yuan will be the local locked version. So they have a few financiers in Hong Kong that can send around the world, and that's their sort of like airlocked kind of thing, but they can control it so not all billion Chinese, you know, are there, only like whatever million are needed for international trade, right? And the reason I say that's possible, maybe even likely as an outcome, is, you know, up till 1991, I would argue that from 1945 to 1991, with all its faults, the US was better than the Soviets. Like West Germany was more capitalist than East Germany. You know, South Korea was more capitalist than North Korea. They didn't have gulags in South Korea, whatever flaws they have, right? And people will say, oh my God, South Korea today has a lower fertility rate. Okay, fine. But I'm talking during that period, South Korea is better off, right? Chile was better off than Cuba. In general, with its faults, the American side was better off than the Soviet side. It was more win-win, more capitalist, more free. Fine.
So many wrongs.
Then after 1991, by degrees, when the Soviet Union went away, America got drunk on its power and actually oppressed both its own people in the world and blew up all these countries and got into all this debt. It was like, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely, the whole, you know, British saying. And it's not like you want the Soviet Union to be around, but in the absence of that balance, the US got completely unbalanced. And we saw that happen. I mean, when were you born? You were born in the 80s?
1980.
1980, me too. Yeah. So exactly the same age. So we had did you grow up in the U.S. or Lebanon?
No. Well, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, and then Palestine.
Okay, I couldn't tell where your accent was from. It's a international man of mystery accent. I knew, you know, right? But you spent time in Colombia and so on and so forth. You were right?
Yeah, I lived in New York for 5 years.
I'm not familiar with Vladi. V-Lady? Who's V-Lady? Builder, V-Lady. $100 too. Cult. Oh my God. Is this the actual one? Yeah, this is a real milady. Who is Vladdy? Arian quote casted me into them. Okay. Vladdy's World lady. 2.3, 4.4. Ooh. Oh, I see. What is this? Oh. What was this? A retake? Deck screener. Definitely not a clanker, I think. So retake streamer token. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think I have seen. Never seen their stream. What do they do? Vibes, Pokebase, opening packs. Interesting. Oh, oh no, that's the exchange. Sorry guys. Oh, Terry Cola's in there. Hippie Vibes, Tashin. Okay, so y'all know who Vlady is. V-Lady, Vladdy. Everyone tell me about this Vladdy lad. This V-Lady lead. Your cough is bad. Stop vaping. Stop smoking, bro. We're doing the same shit. Oh, fuck. All right, let me clear you guys in the rabbit hole I've just gone down.
Great. Okay, so
okay, hold on. Never knew. Market cap 0 though. Volume 156K, 941 earnings. Was mine. Oh, so much less. But they haven't streamed. Oh, this was 2 months ago. Oh my god, never mind. They're gone. 1 month, 1 month. Oh no, they don't stream like that. Guys, come on. This much volume versus mine, and how much longer I've been around here. Hannah Bong, hello. What is Homeboy cast about now? Let's see. Oh my god, baseball Sigma Bot. God damn it. God damn it, guys. Are you spending money on this? Huh? Oh my gosh. Do you think I am this? Is this who my equals are? Who do you believe in more? This is hilarious. Age, okay. Okay. I have a bot. God damn it, guys. Oh no. Oh yeah, I have the same oink allowance, and he streams on X too. Ew. Gross. We stay in the based place. Okay. Let's see if Tashin gave a better explanation. Treasure quest ongoing. Tagging. Some people rules are simple. Are these people in chat? No, these are just rules are simple. Play a game in Bizarre Beast menu. Live chatter gets the correct score and what teacher's gonna score. Only correct scores or nearest correct score, up or down, win the pot. Grab your share now, people. Yep, that's just a fun little. But remember, you gotta buy Degen Communist. You forgot. Remember to reply. I gotta see green if we're gonna play the game. So if you can get a couple people, I'll play it. And I'll tip you for it. I'll tip you retake. Or if you want scum, give your vote. Or vote for a different coin. I don't fucking care. Maybe I'll swap for it, but probably not. Ooh, we got Bizarre Bees. Okay, back to this roast. Oh my god. Oh, man. These are the dudes doing volume. Remilio? Is that an OG Remilio? I got a based Remy, boy. No Remilios around here. I guess I've devolved a little bit into this. I'm gonna need to yoink some style here. Retake. Gotta say more words, Tashin. I'm pretty fucked up.
So you know, we've had roughly, I mean, obviously, you know, you lived outside for a significant period of time, but we've had sort of the same lens on the world in some ways for 45 years. We've seen kind of where it is, right? And I think that the last 30-something years has been the U.S. like just seeing absolute power corrupt absolutely, and it just like wrecked itself. Like Democrats and Republicans had no one to fight but each other. And I think after, so why do I say all that? I think that once the dollar ends, like there's going to be enormous pressure on China, and China itself will they'll take the lesson. Both the, you know, it's funny, both China and the maximalists, the Chinese communists and Bitcoin maximalists will take the opposite lesson from the fall of the dollar, in my view. That lesson will be, but the Chinese communists will say, Western freedom and, you know, like all of this stuff just leads to total anarchy. We can't allow them to, you know, do their crazy things anymore. They're radically destabilizing to the entire world, right? We need to restore order. And one of the things, by the way, you may be aware of this, maybe not, but, you know, many countries actually buy arms from both the US and China because they serve different purposes. The US arms are all pointed out. They're like missiles to blow up the guy next door. But all the Chinese stuff is like surveillance state stuff that's pointed inward, right? Now, the thing about that is, this is complicated, but basically the entire Chinese policy, because the monkey's paw ops of neocons and neolibs, it'll sell that stuff even to like Venezuela. It'll sell stuff to.
I would argue U.S. imperialism gives them the privilege of surveilling beyond their borders, and then they alpha, beta test a lot of technologies before it boomerangs back home. Whereas, yeah, China just has itself to kind of operate on and learn its lessons from, let's hope.
Like far left governments that are, you know, it doesn't care so long as, in a sense, that's the legitimate government that's in power. But the problem is that if that surveillance equipment works on 1.4 billion high IQ, smart Chinese people, it'll definitely work. I mean, that's like the toughest group to like really lock down on the planet in some ways, right? It'll definitely work on some small 20 million person country that's 1/70th the size. So we'll never be able to get out of this digital force field, right? And they'll just sell the stuff to them. And so the Chinese will basically think potentially, okay, these Westerners just need to be in a box because they're absolute psychos. They're going to just, you know, I'll come to that in a second. The maximalists will take the totally opposite conclusion, which is centralization is the enemy, fiat is the enemy. That's what destroyed us. And the Democrats have sided with the Chinese. And so they're going to take the totally opposite lesson from the end of the dollar. Now, you said it's not going to be Mad Max. And I do disagree with that. And I want to just show you just one image just to give you a sense of like what I'm seeing in my feed, right? So this kind of thing, okay? Do you see this? This is actually something, can you see the screen there?
Yeah.
Okay. This video is worth watching because it shows not just hundreds of people in San Francisco. All right, so this is a group of hundreds and hundreds of people in San Francisco, okay, with stolen cars, lighting them on fire in front of the pier, which is like this #1 tourist attraction. Not just that, it's like literally where I used to walk, you know, every day. It's like, this is not, I can't tell you how highly trafficked this area is, how downtown it is, and so on and so forth. To have literal flaming cars being like, this is genuinely out of Mad Max. None of these people were punished. Like with J6, January 6th, every cell phone was tracked, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Mad Max. This is not an exaggeration of saying, oh, it's, right? This is something which happened, and nothing happened to any of these people. And look how many of them there are. They're all taking videos and footage of it. They're taking selfies of it. All the evidence is there. And, this is literally like a Black Mirror episode. And I can show you so many things like
yes,
this.
But all of the things that you're going to be showing me are things that are filmed while the dollar is still alive. So that's not exactly proving your point. In fact, it is proving my point. This is the dystopia. We are in the Mad Max world. There you go. They are burning the cars in San Francisco. But you know why? Because of the fiat money printer. All of these people, they are able to afford the gasoline to burn these cars, to steal them, because of the fiat money printer. The fiat money printer is what allows all of this corruption, in my mind. It is ultimately at the root of the problem of the corruption of the police. It's the fact that government and the police become less and less accountable to their taxpayers because they have the money printer that they can fall back on. So they become more politicized, and they become all about trying to score political points rather than trying to enforce crime. Well, in a world in which the money printer dies, which you have hard money, people will pay for real security. If you would, just imagine, just as a hypothetical.
We're based blue for that Coinbase. We're so based. We're based blue, y'all. Oh, fuck. Oh, listening to boomers boom. Oh, the fiat. This is why they can afford the gasoline. What, brother? They can't afford shit. They're just fucking around while having nothing. They're in that desperation. This is not wow. They're so rich. Yeah, bro. Totally. I'm sure if we surveyed them, that's exactly what we'd find out. Bunch of rich teenagers and young adults. Absolutely. Easy fiat printer money from them.
Think about how much the average person in Chicago pays in terms of taxation every year. And imagine if they stopped paying that, taxation and inflation. Imagine if they stopped paying that and they were given that money and told, you can hire your own private security with that money. So no more war in Iraq and Afghanistan and bringing democracy to Iran and education to wherever. No more spending on all of that stuff. Now you can get all of that money and spend it on private security in Chicago to keep you safe. I mean, if you did that, Chicago would become heaven in a few weeks, really.
Okay,
Everybody would clean things up because money would go toward actually enforcing security rather than going to taxes that go to government that tell you, no, we need to go fight wars that cost trillion thousands of miles away while your kid can't walk to the grocery store next door because they could get kidnapped in Chicago. You'd bring that efficiency of the market to the provision of security.
Okay, so here's why I agree with the first half of what you said, but not the second half. So I absolutely agree that wasting trillions on these wars was a terrible decision, and it's total waste of lives on the other side of the world, as well as within America. Terrible, terrible thing. I disagree with 2 points. First is the way that that's played out, for example, in Russia, is you didn't really have, quote, private security. You had essentially mafias that would shake people down. Because when the state failed, and basically just like one day, this totalitarian Soviet state and all its guards, they just weren't getting paychecks anymore from the central government. So that entire org chart was just dissolved with nothing really to take its place, or much of it was just kind of, they're all just thrown to the winds, right? There's like a residual kind of thing there, but much of it was basically gone. In many ways, many different things, the state just didn't exist. You show up to the office, the clerks aren't there, you call the police don't answer, right? The thing is that what sprouts up in its place is not a fully formed alternative police force in uniform with guys shaking your hand and smiling and so on and so forth. What sprouts up in its place are just numberless gangs that shoot each other for control of territory, and they're mafias, and you have to pay protection money to them. And that's the practical result of because the thing about security is, I would argue there's no such thing as private security, and let me explain why. Like, so let's start with the dumb version, the dumbest version. The blue American abolished the police. That's totally stupid and crazy. Maybe we can both agree. Okay, fine. Then you get to the red American, which is like Second Amendment. I'm going to have a gun. I'm going to defend myself. That's actually at best an absolute last resort, because pulling a gun on somebody means, it's like using a parachute on an airplane. It's like an absolute backup, because you're, something that's very, everything else is available. Then you get the guy who wants a private security force. First of all, I've actually had this. I've had this as an executive at various defense companies. It's very expensive. And what can they really do, right? You can have big guys surround you. Yeah, it might make it a little bit harder to kidnap you. That's true. But they can't go and clear a sniper's nest. They can't clear buildings in front. They can't sweep streets. And frankly, even if some mentally ill addict attacked them on the streets, they can't basically even use force against them, because they'd get Rittenhouse, or they get Daniel Penny. They get prosecuted for that, right? In a kleptocratic state like Venezuela or Argentina before Milei, the state's just, it's on the side of the criminals, right? And what state exists. And so you get to level 4, which is the only security is public security, because the fixed cost of providing security is so high that once order is restored to an area and there's only a monopoly of violence on it, then the marginal cost is very low, since the security forces don't have to fight everybody for control of that territory. So public security for me is the UAE, it's Singapore, it's places like that. So I think you'll have a massive exodus towards places like that. And that's actually going to be, actually, I do think, you're going to have millions of Americans will go to places like El Salvador. Actually, it's not even theoretical, right? There's 500,000 Brits that have gone to Dubai. Right. Yeah. And I think the other piece of it is, I think you correctly observed earlier that with the dollar, America's exporting inflation. America's taxing the world to keep up its. So when that drops off overnight, and all these widgets stop coming to the US, living standards will drop. I don't know how much, but in some areas, 50, 90%, right? At that point, the thing is, when you jump off a cliff, it's there's two ways to get to the bottom of a cliff, right? You can walk down the stairs of the Grand Canyon or whatever, and then you can or you say you're on top of a building, you want to get to the bottom, you can jump off the side, or you can go down the stairs, right? And there's two different ways to get there, but one of them you get there in one piece. So complete quitting this whole thing cold turkey, it may be the only way it's going to happen, right? But it's going to be so unexpected and so most people aren't immersed in this stuff like you and I are, right? They're not, Bitcoin maximalists, really, it's funny. Just saying fiat, inflation, and so on a million times is actually valuable, because even at Chipotle, for example, right? We should make an illustration of this. People will yell at Chipotle for giving them less guac. Have you seen this? They'll videotape it. Okay. It's because you've got some normie person, and they notice correctly that Chipotle is giving them less guac and guacamole, and they videotape the clerk to say, give me more guacamole, and the clerk is scared, so they give them more. But really what's happened, they think Chipotle is being a greedy corporation. What's actually happened is the Fed has stolen from both Chipotle and the customer, making both sides poor, and then making them scratch and claw amongst each other for less resources.
Yes.
Yeah. Right? So you and I see that. We know that the Fed is this force. Why are housing prices so insane? Part of it is you can't build, but part of it is they've been.
It's what encourages and incentivizes the profit motive. Shareholders expect more. That is what debt and usury instills in your society. That is how things work. If you disagree with it, then maybe you don't want to be ruled by capital, but maybe something like societal rule, or God forbid, communal rule, your community, your kind of locality could just kind of be autonomous, and it could be really decentralized. I wonder what we might call that, though. Like a bunch of communes together, decentrally and autonomously organizing the
printing the money and bidding against you in their own market and diluting you down, right? Why is healthcare so expensive? Well, part of it is because of the Fed is printing. Part of it is also regulation with FDA, CDC, and so on and so forth. We can see that. Many seemingly zero-sum conflicts, cost of living conflicts, are because the Fed is impoverishing both sides. But when that totally goes away, it goes away in a very, it's like the end of the Soviet Union. It didn't, like communism didn't have like a transitional stage, something else. Deng Xiaoping managed a transition that kept the logo of communism, and he gradually eased it out 1% or something a year. As you said, that's why I think they turned it around in the best way, right? Now, I actually, you know what I do have hopes for? I actually have hopes. I think there's a possibility that India is to democracy what China was to communism, where India, like, I'm not 10 bullish on India, and it's often overstated as you're either a 1 or a 10, but I'm like 6.5 or 7, because it's just much more functional than it was when I was a kid. It genuinely was a third world country when I was a kid, and it's really not that anymore. And I can actually do a lot there, and there's a better sense of community and spirit and so on. And they can't export inflation the same way, and so on and so forth. They have to, like, for example, they're like a distant number 2, but a real number 2 to China in nuclear, in steel. I don't know if I can show you those graphs if you want to see that, like real things, real world things, right?
Yeah.
So like, you know, it's possible that there's like a you know, a gradual shift, more gradual shift away from Keynesianism in India. Actually, in some ways, Trump is doing India a favor. You know why?
No.
India and Indians would never have weaned themselves off of America without this giant backhand that Trump gave, right? And I understand why he did that. Basically, it's because people are asking, where are all these Indians coming from? Like, why are Indians suddenly doing well in software and finance and so on and so forth? And the answer is, it's kind of like, why are the Chinese doing well? Well, they stopped being communist. Why are the Indians doing well? Well, India stopped being socialist. It's really basically as simple as that. It's more than that, but that's like the simple answer. So suddenly you start being capitalist, you actually have people starting to succeed again, right? Look at the Middle East, like Dubai, Riyadh, they're actually very functional places now, right? And there's very, very capable people in the Middle East that just have the right political system. But because of that backlash against India, India's actually found second suppliers for lots of things. It's being forced to become more sovereign. It's being forced to have maybe 5 years, 10 years, I don't know, where it's got minimum necessary America and has to have other trade partners. And it's almost like America pushed it out right before it went supernova. That's how I think about it. Let me pause there.
Yeah, well, I think the difference between the Russian example and the U.S. example is that when the currency collapsed and the state collapsed in the Soviet Union in the early 1990s, there was no alternative. People couldn't just use the dollar. There was no banking system that could allow you to have a modern 1990s economy using the U.S. dollar or the euro or some other kind of currency. People just they lost the monetary system, and if you lose the monetary system, the entire structure of production in a society crumbles because everything falls apart. All the balance sheets melt essentially. So there was no alternative. I think the situation is different now because we have Bitcoin, and that's not just because I'm a Bitcoiner. Well, maybe it is, but I think it's just fundamentally different because now if the same thing that happened in the Soviet Union in 1990 happens in the US this year, Americans have the ability to access Bitcoin. And I think also, yes, you're right on, you know, it's not going to be a walk in the park, it's not going to be a picnic, but realistically, very few people have significant wealth stored in physical dollars or in checking accounts or savings accounts. It's not that much money. Most people are either in debt or they hold hard assets. So if you have stocks, if you have equity, you know, as you said, the machines are going to still be there and they're just going to start operating on a new currency. And you may have a couple of bad months. You may have to close down for a while. You may have to restructure or so on. But if you have a business that's profitable on dollars, there's a good chance that it'll also continue to be profitable on Bitcoin. So I think if you have that, then I think the closer example would be the German recovery after World War II. So this is you know, free market folklore. Free market people keep liking to bring this example up. Ludwig Erhard was the Minister of Economics in Germany. I think he later became the Chancellor as well. And at some point after the war ended, he was working under the Americans, and he just one day decided we're ending all price controls. And it was something that was completely out of the blue. The American
but the German economic miracle, basically. You're talking about.
And it basically unleashed the German economic miracle. So yeah, it was devastating at that time because what was devastating was the fact that they'd just gone through a world war, and you had all of the wreckage of the world war to contend with. But the best way to do that was to have a functioning monetary system and no price controls. And when you had that, you witnessed the German economic miracle. And by the 1960s, Germany was making some of the best industries in the world, and it had practically recovered. So I think in the analogy of dropping off the side of the building versus stumbling down the ladder or the stairs, I think the last 50 years have been stumbling. We're now at a point where a lot of people don't hold value in the dollar. The people who hold value in the dollar mostly are outside the U.S., and they've been through a lot of inflation as well. So it's not going to be that devastating. I know it's going to be devastating for a lot of people, but it's not that much wealth, and it's not that different, because for most of those people, sadly, it's a small amount of wealth for them that's not very life-changing. It's a couple of months' income that they have stored up in cash. It's nasty to lose that, but having a couple of months' income savings versus 0 months' income savings is not that big of a difference in most people's lives. So there's just not that much savings in dollars for this to be that catastrophic, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so I understand your point. I'd counter-argue that U.S. Treasuries, the 10-year in particular, is the reserve asset of still much of the world. Even with gold rising quickly, that's trillions of dollars there. So you're right about individual household balances, but I'd say many countries, many companies, many financial institutions, and so on are dependent on the solvency of the U.S. currency. And it's also not just their individual stockpiles, it's the edges between the nodes. It's like, the contracts that are denominated in dollars. It is more generally, using this U.S. bank to accept wires. All of that just becomes total wreckage. And it's not like it easily just then gets reused after the quote currency collapse, because you never, after a currency collapse, ACH, SWIFT, those are actually old technologies relative to obviously China's, WeChat and Alipay or cryptocurrency, but also UPI in India or PagSeguro in Brazil. America actually is an antiquated financial system because others have leapfrogged it with internet-first systems. My view is, so in the examples you gave with Germany and Russia after World War II and the Cold War, I think it is true that in both cases, America did rebuild them, because America had a functional system and had healthy tissue and had a structure and had leadership and had currency markets and so on and so forth. And so some of the order of America could be used to certainly help West Germany get back on its feet. And then also, even though they wanted Russia more prostrate than Eastern Europe, they didn't bomb Russia, not that much. They bombed Serbia or what have you. I think that the two functional systems after the collapse of America are going to be China and the internet. That's, say, Ray Dalio's Principles of the Changing World Order and the Sovereign Individual. Ray Dalio says the Western system's going down, China's coming up. Sovereign Individual says Western system's going down, the internet is booting up. If you superimpose them sort of algebraically, it's an oversimplification, but the Western system is going down and it's China and the internet that are booting up. And the Chinese system, after Russia fell, there were actually, you could say the obvious alternative was America in all caps, and the very non-obvious alternative in very small characters was China. And then the Chinese thing became much bigger over time. And I think the successor to American empire is actually the internet. And the big difference, the reason everybody disagrees with me on this, is China's in all caps right now, like America was at the end of the Cold War, and the internet is in lowercase relative, like China was. It's important, but the fundamental thing everybody will always say is, oh, Balaji, the internet isn't a place. You're like a weird VR guy, and so on and so forth. And I'd say that's true, but Christianity isn't a place, and yet there are Christian places. Islam isn't a place, there's Islamic places. So you can, for example, you have, with Christianity, you have churches, you have cathedrals, you have entire countries with the cross on the flag. So that ideology can take territory, right? So in my view, Bitcoin and what it represents is part of it. It's a digital part. Then we have to print it out into the physical world. Print out the internet, just like you print out a Google Doc, or you have an Amazon shopping cart, you print it out into a delivery to your door, or you have an Uber, and you print it out in terms of a car coming up to the curb. We take our Bitcoin, we take all the stuff we've got on the internet, we print it out into physical communities, and that's a connection between the Bitcoin standard and the network state.
Yeah, I think there's an even stronger connection between the network state and my latest book, which was just published 2 weeks ago. It's called The Gold Standard. And it's essentially a thought experiment of what happens if we had something like Bitcoin in 1915. And it's essentially similar to what you're describing as what happens after the dollar collapses. But there it happens in 1915. And the reason it happens is I invented a Bitcoin equivalent in 1910 in that story. It's an alternative history. And essentially, a bunch of aviation entrepreneurs build a gold clearance service because they realize this is the only way to scale aviation. The only way that we could grow aviation is to find a commercial application for it. And it was too expensive to move people around at that time because people are heavy. And so you wanted to move around something that was extremely valuable per unit of weight. So they decided to set up a gold clearance business in order to finance their aviation entrepreneurship. And then that thing takes off, if you excuse the pun. And when World War I comes along, that allows people to take their gold out of their banks and out of their central banks and not turn in their gold to their bank and central bank, because they could just hold their own gold and then rely on these international planes flying all over the world. And they were unstoppable because they were flying out from random fields, and there were no advanced radar detection for airplanes at that time. So it was a kind of permissionless, decentralized system for moving gold around. And effectively, it rugs the central banks of the warring parties in World War I. So the war ends because all the parties go bankrupt at the same time. All their currencies collapse. And then they can't pay their soldiers. The soldiers go home. And then the question is, all right, so what happens to the world order? And I'm not going to spoil the story, but there's an international conference. The neutral countries become the essential superpowers because all the gold left the warring countries went to the neutral countries.
Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland, Holland, the US, they're the ones who basically draw the format of the new world order. And without a money printer, without the ability to milk people through inflation, and without the ability to control people through the benefits of inflation that you steal from them, all of this entire idea of governments just wanting to expand territory dies, and instead they become a lot more like businesses and service providers, and it becomes a matter of competition through providing better services. And so the entirety of government is reimagined in a way that is a lot more similar to the sovereign individual on the one hand, and on the other hand, the work of Prince Hans Adam of Liechtenstein, who talks about the state in the third millennium. I think you're familiar with his work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it's I bring it back a century earlier, where that book was published a century earlier, and then we let it play out. But obviously, the point is it's a thought experiment of how the world would look on a Bitcoin standard.
Well, I am excited to see it. I have one other thing for you, and then maybe we can wrap. So I have a video that maybe you guys can play over here. I pasted it into the chat. This is just what I'm doing over in Singapore. And basically, I've got, I'm building the San Francisco, essentially, it was easier to start Bitcoin than to end the Fed, or rather to reform the Fed. And it's easier to start a new city than reform San Francisco. And so I have a startup city on the other side of the world that I've been moving people into. And we have folks from the Middle East, and we have folks from India, we have folks from America, we have, the Chinese Capitalist Party, in a sense, haha, right? Like, and we have all kinds we have people from more than 100 countries, right? So let's see if we can play.
I am. He found a massive empty city on a ghost island and rented thousands of rooms, and then invited tech people from around the world to come and build their startup here.
My name is Balaji, and this is the Network School.
Here at a green island in Malaysia, right next to Singapore. Singapore is only like 40 minutes away, right there. Balaji and his team created a startup city for tech people. They stay together. Each founder gets their own room with a very spacious bathroom.
So you don't have to think about anything except working your startup and working out.
They work out together. Founders push each other to burn calories and build muscle together.
So how many people work out in a day? About 110 to 120. That's like 60% of people working out.
They work together. Every entrepreneur works on their own crazy idea.
I'm building a creative AI lab.
We build a consulting company that helps nature.
I'm building Siri, but better. The whole idea is to build a San Francisco that doesn't suck. San Francisco is violent, criminal. We can do better. We must do better.
Cheers! They eat together. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all healthy, all included.
You have alcohol? No.
You have energy drinks?
No.
Coffee, water, everything is healthy. That's it, pretty much. That's cool. They chill together.
Yeah, just coffee.
Imagine
at least they're
living
not Mormon.
here in a resort by the beach, 50 minutes from Singapore, chilling with your best friends, building your dream business.
It's easier to start a new city than to fix San Francisco. All the people in San Francisco have come from all around the world. We just need to bring them somewhere else, and that's what we're doing.
You are the average of the 5 people around you. So if people live this life with these people on this island, you can build something great together. Thank you, man.
Guys,
glad you liked it.
Send me.
This is awesome.
Send me. I'll go. Send me. I'll go.
So I think that's pretty cool. I think it's a. Well, actually, I'd love to get your reactions on it. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, that is fascinating. So I mean, I'm not quite sure how this leads to the network state thing, because this seems to be a little bit different, perhaps.
Well, so the way I think about it is as follows. Facebook started as just a Harvard social network. Then it became a college social network. Then it was also high school. Then it was like basically all Americans. Then it was the world. And so it's sort of, it's like in stages, right? And so what we're proving here is that we can basically populate the land from the cloud. And, that video basically was more startup focused and founder focused, but really a much more citizen focused, right? Not everybody has to be a founder. In fact, I've got this post coming out, which is like titled Fundamentals Over Founderitis. I think being a citizen, being like a, having good relations with your fellow man, having a good job, having a wife or a husband, having kids, having a family, having all of these kinds of things in life is more achievable than, the 0.0 whatever percent of people who can be a tech founder. Nothing wrong with the latter, but I think we've got an over focus on that. So it's more focused on fundamentals really, though it'll start with tech adjacent people simply because they're early adopters of things. And what I want to prove out is that we can get, actually we've already passed this number by a lot, first get 1,000 and then 10,000 people. And then eventually, if you can get to there, we can get to 100,000 people from around the world that have come to a new location. This is what I call the fractal frontier. All these pockets of the world, these, empty islands, or, for example, in America, they've got college campuses for sale because they're bankrupt. Or in Japan, they've got IKEA, which are abandoned villages because their population has declined and so on. If we can populate the land from the cloud, then we can do what I talked about earlier, which is we take the social network and using Bitcoin, we print it out into the physical world and we use the Bitcoin to acquire or to lease land, right? We move people in there and we print out that social network. Mm-hmm. And if we can prove that here, then we can prove that in all the nodes around the world. And that brings the network state that I talked about earlier. Now, with one caveat, which is I don't plan to declare independence or anything like that, and blah, blah, blah. I think about how Bitcoin had a long path before it finally got recognized by El Salvador as being a national currency. That was not predictable at the beginning, the ricochet of all these things that would lead to that. That was like 12 years after the founding of Bitcoin. So I'm patient, we'll play the long game, and eventually somewhere in the world, some country, some jurisdiction can offer us a measure of diplomatic recognition. For example, the UN actually has thousands of NGOs that it recognizes in some form as like being observers, right? There's dozens of small countries that $1 billion actually goes a long way there. And if you could bring global tech people there and global capital there, it'd make all the locals richer. And they might give you some peninsula or some island they're not using, and you can build there, for example, right? All these kinds of things I think will be possible as the map opens up. But for the time being, it's just building the community and then building a formula that we can use to print out the cloud around the world. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's I've been leaning toward the idea that maybe this is something that's going to, a lot of these technologies, we think that they're going to move us towards new things, but all they end up doing is taking us back to older things. People go back to primitive ways because there's a reason these stuck around for a long time. So I'm curious.
There's a lot of value in tradition. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious what you think of the idea, and this is sort of my my weird quirk in the Bitcoin. Well, I have many weird quirks, but one of the weird ideas that I have that people are most shocked to hear me espouse is monarchism. And I generally am a fan of monarchies. I live in a monarchy and I'm very happy to be in a monarchy. I like having kings. I very much prefer them to parliaments. And I think ultimately the reason for that is that
I didn't know we were speaking for my lord. My lord. Oh, I love what my lord does. He provides for me. I am thankful for my lord. Oh, I quite prefer monarchies. Those pesky governments, parliamentaries, democracies. Ew. Okay, let's see what Balaji has to say in response.
I think kings run countries like a family business, so that gives them a long-term perspective. They expect to be in power for decades. They expect their children and grandchildren and their grandchildren to be in power for many centuries to come. And so there's an incentive alignment there.
My lord thinks of me as a son, he does. I quite enjoy his patriarchy. Don't worry about me, my lord. I will starve, so ye may eat cake. Do not worry. My lord must have his champagne. What is going on here?
You want your grandchildren to be happy and safe and prosperous, and the king...
The business is quite like a family, says Curtis, my lord Yarvin. I think I'm just screaming into the void now, but I will do so for the NSA, if only. Hello, AI scraping the records. The corporation is quite like a family, if you know what I mean. Ho, ho. The corporate family life for me.
Wants your grandchildren to be happy and safe and prosperous so that his grandchildren can tax yours efficiently. And it seems to me like this is, this is an institution that has been around forever. It's as far back as humans have written history. They've had kings. And it's one of those things that we've had forever, that in the 20th century we very confidently and arrogantly dismissed because now we have better things, and we thought we could just replace it. And then most places that ended up getting rid of their kings ended up suffering all kinds of horrific outcomes for it. So I wonder if my hypothesis, well, it's not my hypothesis. I mean, Hans Hermann Hoppe and many others have spoken about the difference in terms of time preference when it comes to monarchies versus democracies. But if that hypothesis holds up, then play it out over the next 10, 20 years, you'd expect that monarchies, being long-term focused, would accumulate a lot more Bitcoin, and then they would benefit from the accumulation of Bitcoin.
We're here for a long time and a hard grind, my lord. We're here. Oh, we're so close. 3.5 hours. We took a break and watched some other videos, and then we came back to hear about my lord's gospel. He will treat, the corporate king will treat us like family. So it's all good, fam. Go back to your farm. And please. I refuse to go backwards. I refuse. I can't believe this guy is that conservative. That's the gold standard we're talking about, guys. I already got the crown. I wear the crown, bro. I got the gold on top, okay? So bow before me, bitches. Come on. Oh, God, no. We can't go back that far. Please, no.
As democracies and republics, short-term focus, every president comes in for a few years and he's eager to steal as much as he can and settle as much scores with his enemies as he can. And so it's a war of all against all, and there's very little stacking sats taking place. There's a lot more conflict, a lot less long-term vision, and a lot less sat stacking. Now, extrapolate that for another couple of decades and add the debt crisis that you mentioned. I think we may end up in a world in which kings will reign again. You know, places that don't have kings are going to likely want to join kingdoms. So I think we'll see a world that is maybe more politically flexible, as I think, you know, people will want to join their neighboring country. They've had enough of these 20th century abstractions. We have this country and it has this flag, but things are always terrible and they continue to suck and our government is in debt. Well, you know what? I'm happy to take my neighbor's flag if it means that I'll finally not have inflation. So I think maybe what it'll end up happening is, you know, I think ultimately you and I agree on the same pivotal point, which is exit over voice.
Is Balaji king? Are you addressing my lord? I have not seen thy bow before him. He's got a town. Is he a duke? Is he a duke?
As I like to put it, there's a chapter in my book, Choice Not Voice. Right. People get the choice to exit their political arrangement.
I choose you, my lord. I choose you. I use my voice to choose you. When's the wedding date? When can you get prima nocta rights for my wife? Please, my lord. I would love to be your cuckold.
To vote to join any other political arrangement, and that I think is a much more effective way of organizing anything. You know, the reason your iPhone works is not because you are voting in Apple elections. It's not because you're out there giving your opinion on design, on hiring, on marketing, or any of that stuff. You get to do one thing only: choice. You get to decide if you're going to buy it or not, and then they sort out all the details. So I think this is a much healthier way of providing incentives. And I think maybe as we head towards this freer world, we head to this world of less government predation through inflation, that's just going to move people back to the old institution of monarchy. What are your thoughts on that?
So there's a lot I can say on this, and I have a talk on it and so on and so forth that maybe you can link in the show notes. It's called Techno-Democracy. But while I
Techno-feudalism, brought to you by Techno-Democracy. What are they saying? What are they talking about? Network state. I don't know. Doesn't feel very royal. Why don't new state? Welcome to New State, my lord. It's so good to have you here at New State. Bro, they can have that one for free. That one's on me. New State, it's yours. As long as you credit, it's free. New State, brought to you by Degen Communism. Welcome to New State. Yes, you must address me in this accent. Please be serious. Oh, I hope I remember that one. New State. Oh, that's what NS stands for, New State.
agree with many.
Dude, New State Football Club kind of goes hard. I might yoink their. I hope I remember all of this. That would be so funny. Oh, New State FIFA Club Ultimate Team. I'll stream it. I don't want to hook up my PlayStation. Maybe I'll figure that out in the apartment. Because we are getting out of here.
Individual points you're making. I want to offer a few complementary points in a partial reframe. Okay. So first, let me start with all the parts we agree on. Essentially, Democrats, in the name of democracy, have plundered many American states and also much of Western Europe, with fiat currency in particular. It's just giant highway robbery. But I think that it's interesting because I would argue that at a deep level, democracy and capitalism are both about choice. Whereas capitalism is a choice of what you do with your dollar, and democracy is a choice of who governs you. Like the consent of the governed is, if you were to make a radical in the sense of root argument, take away all the superstructure, have you consented to this government or not? The reason that you like the country you're in is you may think that leader, and you may correctly think that leader does a good job, but you consented to it. You were not forced in there, right, and so on and so forth. I would argue that is voting with your feet, and that is a form of democracy, and that I would argue that interpretation of democracy between states rather than within them is going to become dominant for a very important reason, and I'll show you a visual that'll explain why. Basically, this is a funny graphic and kind of a joke, but it's also true. Can you see this?
Okay, yes, now I can.
Okay, so this is a joke, but it's also true. Democrats and communists have both built one-party states. Ha ha ha. Okay, I think it's funny, but it's also true. This is the Communist Party of China, 100, 200, communists. This is the Communist Party of California, where it's all Democrats. And it's been all Democrats for the past 15 years, which means Democrats destroyed democracy.
Wah, wah.
Elections are held, but the party always wins. And in fact, the dysfunctionality of California with $100 billion trains to nowhere really got going, and you can look at it right as they essentially destroyed democracy in California in the sense of having a competitive party with
as I said many streams before, the false equivocating is false equivocating. They love
some check and some balance on what they could do. Now, in response, Republicans have now started to gerrymander Republican states. And so we're getting a world where you have one party Democrat blue states, one party Republican red states, and one party Chinese communist states. Which means that your actual democracy is between states rather than within them. So your actual substantive choice is actually between. And I think we can make that very concrete in the sense of, you know, Rousseau has this concept, and I know he's a leftist, but hear me out, okay?
Sorry,
Rousseau
who was it?
Rousseau.
Oh, yeah.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau, right? Like the old philosopher. So he has a concept of the social contract, and many libertarians argue with it where they say, I didn't sign any social contract. But sometimes you can take thesis, antithesis, and come up with a synthesis. So you may have been at like various tech offices and they've got an iPad and you have to have a click through to sign, you know, like a non-disclosure agreement, all right? Imagine something like that, but for your city, and you actually have to sign it on chain. And it's a genuine contract. It's like a real contract, like a binding contract. And what it does, for example, there's different ways of doing this, but you could pledge a portion of your Bitcoin wallet at, you know, to, you know, like you pledge $1,000, for example, as essentially an entrance fee for the city. And it has a bunch of terms which are called the social smart contract, and you sign it and you get back a little token in your wallet that says, okay, you can now enter the city because you signed the social smart contract. This is not theoretical, by the way. We're implementing this now. This talk I've got here called Tech Democracy talks about it. What that means in practice is everybody who comes to your jurisdiction, whether digital or physical, has to sign a social smart contract where they get an NFT or a token or some digital asset of some kind that is also the key to their door.
Where's the face scan? Huh? When do you need to see my eyeball, huh? When's that coming, Balaji?
And that also has an I voted sticker on it, which says they voted for that government. So in a sense, for example, let's say the monarchy that you're entering, you could think of that person, and that person could actually be a president who is accumulating votes from every person who's chosen to be there. In a sense, that just formalizes what you've already done. But it shows in particular when they're voting against California and they're voting for the UAE, that is actually democratic choice, right? We just define it in a different way as the choice of government includes a physical component of moving versus just completely sessile, right? And this is a concept, vote with your feet, vote with your wallet, just like you vote with your ballot, right? And what I argue for, kind of like if you think about Bitcoin itself, it took three things that had been disparate, which were Visa style, you know, transaction approvals, you know, seniorage, which was previously a province of the central bank, and then also like the fintech APIs, and it kind of bundled that all together into Bitcoin. It kind of took pieces of the existing financial system and rebundled them, you know. It also put bank accounts there with Bitcoin addresses and so on and so forth. It's very clever in many ways. We take pieces of the existing system and we rebundle them because I think the fundamental thing that people can lose sight of that is still valuable is you do want a choice of who your government is, but you're okay if that is a president or a CEO. But you still want a choice. And that's why I think the future is China versus internet in the sense of a 1 billion person Chinese superstate and 1,000 million person network states. But those network states are run by presidents who have cryptographically provable democratic legitimacy because every single person who's in their society has an on-chain thing that shows that they voted for that social smart contract. And every vote counts because you can count all the votes. You can prove every single person in that society signed that social smart contract before entering. This also, in a very important way, binds both the voter and...
Guys, just read the terms and conditions, okay? And then don't mind this. It's just, you know, our little community ritual, but bow before this guy. And then, hey, we'll let you right in the gate.
And the leader, because...
Our little token gate. we'll let you in.
Today, for example, we take for granted in democracies that, someone can run for office and say whatever they want and then do whatever they want. And conversely, the person who's voting takes no responsibility for the crazy things that have happened in their society. Like some, leftists will vote for abolish the police and then be surprised that there's crime, or a rightist will vote for some crazy war and be surprised that they're drafted or something like that, or that they're suddenly, they're much poorer. And instead, here, everybody gets exactly what they voted for. And if they don't like it, they can leave and vote for another one. So we just make the voting, it may seem like a simple procedural thing, but it's not, because from a libertarian standpoint, you can understand a contract is actually, the signature is actually pretty important. It's not just vibes, right? So by actually making it so that when you step across a jurisdiction, you've actually filed a vote that anybody else can see, it's almost like a marriage contract, but it's like a binding vote on both sides, because the social smart contract says what that government can and can't do. And they kind of pre-agree. Like, for example, a small example of this, when you land in Singapore, there's a little card in the airplane pouch and says death penalty for drug smugglers. That's like the social smart contract, but you can imagine a whole long thing like this that you have to read and really think through before you sign on to go into that new state. It seems like just a formalism, but I think it's much more than that. So I think that gets basically both sides what they want. I think the right focuses on efficiency and the left focuses on legitimacy. And the left wants people who are legitimate, even if they're completely incompetent and evil and crazy, and the legitimacy was through some, messed up process, but they at least want some formal legal process of some kind, even if abused. The right just cares about the vibes, but they don't think about how, yet at the same time, they're still like electing Trump, they're still running in elections and so on. Even as, quote, anti-democracy as often they still are sort of working through the system because they underrate the importance of having a system. And in my view, this synthesizes the two, where you have the leadership efficiency of the right, but you have the provable, you can imagine a whole legal thing like this system of the left, which actually does scale and has its own value to it. So that is how I think about getting you something very similar in some ways to what you want, but that has that crucial aspect of democratic legitimacy, consent, a social smart contract, votes, and so on and so forth, especially given, and this is crucial, that Democrats have destroyed democracy. We should not let them claim the term democracy. They mean democracy like the North Koreans mean the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, right?
Yeah.
There is no substantive democracy in the DPRK. There's no substantive democracy in California because there's no substantive elections, no substantive choice. The democracy in California is the exit. So we should call that what the true democracy is. That's the only way you have a choice between parties is between states, not within them. Let me pause there.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a metaphor here.
Go ahead.
There's probably there are probably two approaches to health. There are the people who just keep thinking about all of these new modern ways that you can add all these new pills.
The Brian Johnson style.
Yeah, Brian Johnson's and all the procedures and all the latest research and all the press release from Harvard Medical School that says, we're going to have that magic pill that's going to do all these magic things you've always wanted. So there's that approach, and then there's the other approach, which I'm a big fan of, where the only thing I do is I just quit all garbage food and all garbage science and make sure that I don't consume bad food, don't consume bad science, and I just eat meat and I drink water. That's the only food and the only supplement that I take, and I've been doing it for more than 10 years, and it worked great for me. And I mean, I don't want to impose it on anybody, but I also don't want anybody to impose it on me, to impose their thing on me. So I'm not out there trying to force people to eat this way, except for my kids. But I don't mind people trying out all kinds of crazy pharmaceutical things, as long as they try them themselves. Now,
Totally.
Yeah, but the problem is there's this kind of this fascination with modernism, which thinks of new good things have to be so good. They must be so good that clearly we have to force people to use them, because if we don't force them, they don't know what's good for them. Going back to the Rousseau idea, people need to be forced to be free. People need to be forced to be healthy. They need to be forced to take the magic Pfizer juice because they don't understand epidemiology. They don't understand modern science, and so
John Bull, I think it's getting late for you.
What you think you know about health doesn't.
Oh. We're so close to done. Oh. We must finish it. We must trudge on. And then we have a new white state to look at. Something cutting edge. Something that grows on social networks amongst a certain specific demographic. And maybe they'll have a king, we'll see.
Matter, you have to take the magic juice, and if you don't, then you will face consequences. So what I'm trying to get at is that these two distinct approaches, I mean, obviously in some things you want technology, I'm not a Luddite, right. I'm not arguing against technology, but in many ways, in many things, what technology facilitates is really getting rid of the previous crappy technology that has hobbled us for a while, and now we can go back to not being hobbled by it. So for me, the point of Bitcoin is to get rid of all the trash that fiat has caused. And rather than build this new, highly sophisticated modern world, I think Bitcoin might make the world a lot more primitive, in particular in the example of finance. I think finance on a Bitcoin world is going to be a lot simpler than finance on a fiat world, and I describe in detail why in the fiat standard. But I wonder if this might be the case when it comes to governments, and that when we get...
Yeah, and do you have good blonde photos of you? Yeah, because I don't think you've casted any. Oh my. That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, I'm saying that is gone. That was just for everyone around for that temporary, week? Few days? Yeah. She's gonna look more matching to me soon. Did you pick a color that would be close to my dark? Or is it like blackish? Oh, it's gonna be a little lighter. Okay. Yeah, it's past 10 p.m. Figured. I'm getting good at time zone math and my geographical knowledge, because I know where you're at. I won't dox you. My homie. My big homie. That's loud.
Get rid of all of the barnacles of fiat that have attached to the otherwise really aerodynamic or fluid dynamic boat that we have, then I think we may find ourselves going back to something a lot more traditional, and that will essentially scratch the itch of what people actually want. And that will actually satisfy what people want. Because, I mean, maybe all of these modernist abstractions about how the world should look, maybe we don't really need all of that stuff. And I think maybe we don't need all of these...
Oh, wait.
Smart contracts. I'm obviously very skeptical of any of this stuff actually working in the real world. Because, for instance, for me, the key issue is, for instance, it's a smart contract or it's some kind of blockchain record that maintains the ownership of your house. Okay, well, what happens if I hack your private key? Obviously, that doesn't mean I can walk into your house and now it's your house. Or if I hack your stock portfolio, if I hack Zuckerberg's private keys, I can't just waltz into Facebook's offices and tell them, nope, I have the blockchain record of ownership, I have the private key, Facebook is mine, get this bum Zuckerberg out of here and I'm going to start running the place. That's not how property works,
Classic Bitcoin maxi take. Let's see.
So
ledgers can do many things. Things are stored in data in all sorts of ways. Maybe there's a way those would become the same legitimacy or respected validity as any of those other systems, and they can be more global, they can be more agorist, all the creative ways we can use to get around those pesky central systems.
I don't think these kind of novelty applications of blockchains might really make the big difference. I think the real difference here is getting rid of fiat. I think that's the novelty applications of blockchains might really make the big difference. I think the real difference here is getting rid of fiat. I think that's where we're going to be producing the changes more than any kind of technical improvement or any kind of innovation in governance. It might just be the case that just like with diet and nutrition, once we are able to really understand what's going on, we just go back to meat and water. Maybe we just...
Hey, bro, what if we just go back to paleo governance? We just got a paleo diet of democracy, okay? The meat and water. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Please, no, sir. You're gonna take it, boy. You're gonna take this paleo democracy.
Go back to kings, and then you get to choose which king you want to be with. We go back from a world in which the kings were essentially monopolists, and then we thought that the way out of that was to have more control over the decisions that the kings makes, and then we give the parliaments more power, and then we replace the kings with presidents. Well, maybe no, we shouldn't get into the management. We should just stick to the choice. And when we get to the choice, then kings will start competing for customers, essentially, through providing.
The daemon haunts what he says. I don't know if the Lord blesses thee.
Services, and maybe that's really the real change that Bitcoin will make.
So let me give a few quick responses on that. Very good points. I want to say first, I'm actually very sympathetic to in a sense, I think of it as the past and the future versus the present, right? So I think to very oversimplify, what you would represent or what you're advocating for is the proven past. And what I care about is the far future. But both of us would agree that the fiat Keynesian, Kamala Harris, pantsuit, whatever, stupid world is a disaster, right? That's a disaster. But we'd agree for somewhat overlapping, but also distinct reasons. Roughly, it's like the Elon technologist side of things is kind of where I land up, but I'm sympathetic in many ways to the maximalist, muscular, assault rifle, stake, and so on kind of argument. And I'd say that many times, I don't know what fraction of times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times out of 10, the traditional answer is the correct answer, right? Because it's been proven over thousands of years. But one time out of those times, for thousands of years, man couldn't fly, and then he could, right? And so the traditional answer was correct until it wasn't correct. And in fact, the traditional answer said, don't be so arrogant. Don't be Icarus. Icarus flew too close to the sun. His wings melted and he crashed and so on. But now we just have commercial aviation. And so I am, the thing is it's almost like yin and yang, right?
We ain't touched the sun yet, brothers. Come on, scumreds. We aren't heading to the moon. We're heading straight to the sun. Straight to the sun. We're here to burst in a ball of blazing glory. Scum with us.
I think there's a productive tension between those things, where if you can remain grounded, and if you can articulate why a conservative or a someone from I say from the past, that's not exactly the right term. I think conservative is a good way of putting it. It's roughly conservative, leftist, libertarian are roughly, past, present, future, roughly, right? Or conservative, progressive, libertarian, right? And So there's lots of things I'm sympathetic to conservatives on. I agree that almost every change that leftists make tends to be bad and so on and so forth. But I do think it's worth having some degree of technological change because some of them turn out to be good, number one. Number two is on the locks thing and so on and so forth. That leads us down to other kinds of chains, but I'll just say a few things, which are, A, you can have smart locks now, and there are smart locks that are controlled by.
It's when I make better content. I'm pretty positive this recording will be great for the NSA and for the news reporters that unfortunately get assigned my case. Watching all this bullshit will antagonize and make them laugh, hopefully. That's the point. So the Bally up sections, will those have blonde peeking through then? Cool. Yeah, because how they're twisted, but the inside of it is still blonde. Well, that, but I'm talking like the stuff wrapped up, even in the, okay, yeah. Yeah. Brown, but I'm just double confirming that the stuff in the scrunchies will have blonde. It has no blonde in it? Okay, being tied up like that doesn't affect. Okay.
Smart contracts. You can use them for managing entire properties like Airbnb style. B, I think that as we get more drones and we get more robots, you will be able to have and will eventually have fully electronic enforcement of things, which is a whole new kind of scenario in can of worms. But like if we look at what the Russia-Ukraine war is, just like the cavalry was obsolete in World War I and they were cut to ribbons by machine guns, the human soldier is becoming obsolete after the Russia-Ukraine war. It's not all the way there, but it's getting there. And it's all drones, it's all robots. And that is the kind of thing that could be, moved, like they could hover there and they could be, driven by the internet and they could enforce laws potentially, depending on how you think about how autonomous they get. And then the third point is there are on-chain entities that control large amounts of resources. And while you're right that that Facebook has a significant offline component, there are smart contracts where if you got the key to Uniswap or something like that, you basically could. They set up SushiSwap and they actually got a bunch of the funds and traded on it. Fine, you don't have to worry about all that stuff. I agree that you can just not think about that whole set of things. Let's just speak maximalist for a second. I actually do agree with you, by the way, that the upcoming conflict, let's call it yin and yang. Hopefully it'll be a conflict in some ways. It'll hopefully be a productive tension in other ways, or even a synthesis, is between what you might call primitivism and futurism, or others would call it like humanism and transhumanism, or others would call it the past and the future. And the thing about it really boils down to, what are we put on this earth to do? And a lot of people will have the intuitive argument that you're put on this earth to, basically marry and have kids and, just reproduce your ancient culture and language and your territory. And that was good enough for my ancestors. Why isn't it good enough for me? Fine. That's a conservative argument. I understand that, sympathetic. It's the right answer for many people. On the other hand, what makes humans human, if you look at the history of encephalization, like, the ancestors of humans, like the early hominids and so on, it's a graph that goes woof like this in terms of the size of brains, right? And in fact, if you look at human evolution, humans, or the ancestors of humans, they used to have fur. They don't have fur, instead they have clothes. They used to have actually more digestive enzymes. They outsourced that to fire. They used to have fangs and claws. They instead have spears. And so for millennia, we've actually had technological advancement as the core of being human, where you're pushing it all into software in your head, this big brain. And so you don't have to have fangs because you put the targeting into software and you throw a spear. You don't have to have fur because you're smart enough to get clothes. You don't have to have digestive enzymes and hardware because you do it with fire. And then eventually you build civilizations and so on and so forth. And so in a sense, technology is the history of humanity. Like, that's what distinguishes us from apes, is constant progress like this, right? And so I think that those are just like yin and yang, male and female, right? Past and future, I can make an argument for the past. And I would say that, I don't know what fraction, 9 times out of 10, it's correct. So most people should just go with that. And it'll produce a pretty good life, and you can do proven things and so on and so forth. But all progress also depends on the unreasonable man. You know, you've probably heard that one, right? And in a sense, by the way, you and I are both unreasonable men versus Keynesianism in its own way. But I think we're reasonable with each other, and I think we're reasonable people. So I don't know. That's my view on things. I don't want to be, I mean, and one last thing I'll say is, you may disagree with a lot of stuff Brian Johnson does, but I think you would agree that at least he's an improvement over McDonald's slop. Right? He's like fit. He's taking care of his body. You might do a simpler version of that, but at least he's like an improvement over somebody who's just like 50 pounds overweight and they're shuffling McDonald's slop, right?
Yeah, I mean, an improvement over the standard American diet, for sure. Or an improvement over the fiat version. I think that's the key thing.
Yes.
But the interest, and of course, there's no fixed answer. You know, in some cases, the Brian Johnsons will come up with incredible new technologies that will be important, like Bitcoin. And in other cases, we're going to realize that all of this tinkering is pointless, and you should just
most cases perhaps.
Yeah, for most cases, you should just eat the steak, figuratively.
Yes. Hey,
and on that,
this was great.
Yeah, I know we've gone over time, but I really want to thank you for your time. This has been really fascinating and thought-provoking. Really appreciate it. Any final words?
Well, I'll tell my followers to buy the Bitcoin Standard. You should tell them to get the Network State. It's free online.
Yes, get the Network State free online.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sabine.
Take care.
Okay,
bye.
It's done. It's over. It's finally over. But no, not the stream. This video, this awful video. Sorry. Oh, you're gagging. Oh. Oh no. Sorry, got stuck in some notifications. For anyone there in chat, sound off. Tell me I'm not alone. Are you really out there? Is there any fam left? I understand you can't be there very long. I made a last call very long ago, but now I'm still going. Let's look at the new white network state. Brought to you by Channel 5 Network, Channel 5, Andrew Callahan. The new all-white network state, Arkansas. That's where my mom's from.
I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good, and yet all the hate is on white males.
You would get beat up if you said something racial to a black person.
Mm-hmm. You saw that happen?
Yes.
They said something like, man, the hood ain't the hood anymore, as in like they were unhappy with my response.
Almost exclusively white communities exist all around the United States off of paper merely because of socioeconomics, and that if you are wealthy enough, everyone who becomes wealthy enough will buy into a more or less white-only gated community, but I would not be able to afford that outside of working my entire life to build up a bunch of businesses, but I would like to have kids.
I want my kids to be taught that their ancestors did great things, not that they were the villains of history.
Correct, and Arkansas is nice. As far as I know, the laws are you just need to let them know that you're gonna be homeschooling, and then after that, there's no testing that you need to do, or they don't really check up on you.
The first community that really went after us was the r/Jewish subreddit. I had CPS come out here because they had complained to CPS trying to get my kids taken away. The health department has come out here. They just blanket made complaints to everyone. I mean, I do have Mein Kampf, but I think that's just historically relevant.
Who wrote that one?
Mein Kampf?
Yeah.
Hitler.
Oh, shit.
He's sort of the central villain of the 20th century. So if you don't understand what he thought, then you're, again, missing a big piece of history. Did he make mistakes? I believe so.
What do you think the biggest mistake was?
Invading the Sudetenland.
None of the other stuff.
The other stuff? Well, it depends on what you mean.
Just like the Holocaust and everything.
Holocaust? I don't know about all that.
Everybody thinks Genghis Khan is cool and he killed more people than Hitler. The question is like how fast that will take for Hitler to be as cool as Genghis Khan. I don't know. Total Brown Gorper victory.
What's your favorite thing to cook?
I like making tacos. That's fun.
Despite the fact that we do have, taco nights sometimes, we also have traditional European food nights. I really love breaded chicken, like fried chicken. I like pizza, I like typical stuff.
Look, I was a big Dr. Dre guy for like my teenage years when I was like working out and everything like that. But then I was like, I don't think it is as soothing to my soul. And that goes back to just like anthropological data that we have about the difference between like rhythm and harmony.
What about you?
I don't listen to rap music. I listen to gospel music.
Okay, who's your favorite gospel artist?
Probably Skillet.
You say Skrilla?
Skillet.
Skillet. What do they sing about?
It's like a rock Christian band.
Okay, cool.
Hardcore, we love Jesus.
God damn it. Babe, this girl from the all-white community said her favorite band is what? She said, I only listen to gospel music. And Andrew Callahan did his typical thing. He's asking the questions we all need answers to. Man, he must be the best boyfriend to get tea if he can do these journalism questions outside of recording. Because what's the band, you might ask, that the girl from an all-white Christian community and they're trying to like segregate in Arkansas? Skillet. Fucking Skillet. That's our generation, I guess. Skillet's newest song? Oh no. Wait, I think Andrew's showing me right now. We might have to tune into that one too.
Can Greeks live here?
Okay, hold on. Skillet. Oh come, what? Oh come, Emmanuel? Is this what we're talking about? Oh, it's a different one? Okay, hold on. Let's go popular. 9 years ago. Okay, latest. Showtime. Psycho in my head. We'll figure it. It doesn't matter.
They're European.
How about Central Asian Caucasians?
They're not European.
But the Caucasus Mountains, Caucasian ancestral birthplace, is technically in Central Asia.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Some Italian Americans, like in Staten Island, think they're not white.
Oh,
They say, I'm not white, I'm Italian.
Yeah, and that has a lot to do with the historical uses of the term white. For legal reasons, I believe Italians and Irish were actually always considered white.
Thank you. Can you show us around, you think?
Sure, of course.
You're watching Channel 5
White-passing
News,
Callahan.
broadcasting live from the Mojave mainframe. And today,
Oh, how far the Irish have come. Oh, how far. They're coming around. They're accepted into the white Protestant community now. Oh. Thank God. They pass. They pass now.
we have a special report. Ladies and gentlemen, the USA is in the state of emergency, and that emergency is related to rapid community decline. In 2019, more than 60% of Americans thought that in-person community involvement was very important. Today, that number is beneath 27%, marking the sharpest dip in modern US history. Consequentially, loneliness is at an all-time high. 17% of Americans reportedly have no friends at all and spend the majority of their time either at work or on social media. In my opinion, that's bad.
I don't think we're actually collectively benefiting from being the richest country on earth so much these days.
You could drive for a half hour in any direction and still be in just more suburbs.
If there's one thing that I want people to take away from our entire Channel 5 catalog, it's that community is the most important thing on earth. Aside from helping us to meet our core emotional needs, I believe that community really is like...
Let's fucking scum together! The most important thing, community. Shout out scumrads in the chat still. Love you.
Like existential therapy that helps us to deal with the dread that accompanies the human condition. From the moment that we actualize death as young children, we spend the rest of our lives coping with the fact that an eternal silence likely awaits us at the end of this strange, beautiful, and painful journey. But community, unlike life itself, offers permanence. Through a strong and continuous community, you can achieve something close to collective immortality, at least in your own mind, which helps to assuage the fear of death in a way that makes life less painful. It's deeper than getting a beer with the homies, which also is happening way less.
We told you recently about a steep decline in partying among young people, 70% down.
Simultaneously, people are spending more time online than ever before, and by online, I mean on social media platforms: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. This is only compounding the mental health effects of isolation. 40% of Americans between 18 to 22 admit to being an active social media addiction. 50% of Americans say that social media has had a negative effect on their personal relationships. 60% say it's impacted their self-esteem for the worse due to comparison. 80% admit to being deceived by social media content on a regular basis. And the average screen time for an 18-year-old American in 2025 is 8 hours and 39 minutes per day. Now, let's pivot and talk about the content that dominates social media platforms. As we mentioned in our previous video about Baltimore, bad news makes more money and travels faster than good news, and social media platforms are rival companies who measure success through engagement, which means keeping your eyes glued to the screen for as long as possible. Statistically, this is best done by deploying content that markets crisis, fear, or disaster. So the users who dominate these platforms and eventually become parasocial leaders are experts in doing just that, scaring people, scaring the hell out of them. Usually by shaping a distorted version of the outside world that keeps their followers both inside and engaged into a feedback loop that carefully mimics community.
We've all been exposed to the same sources of information online as well. We're like part of the same online subculture.
I primarily use X. My algorithm is mostly right-wing political content. Nick Fuentes gets fed to me a lot.
I didn't start out nearly as identitarian as I am now. Even my own comment section, in many ways, persuaded me that this stuff is more important than I was giving credit to.
But it's important to remember that regardless of politics, all people fundamentally want the same thing in life and are just grown babies looking for somebody to play with.
We do games, traditional, like the Highland games. Those are traditional Scottish games.
Even before I lived here, I would come and visit and bring my poker set, and we would just do like very low stakes, like $5, $10 buy-in. It's just a fun night with the blokes, grand old time. And then sword fighting is one of the things I really like to do.
It's with that lens that I want you to watch today's documentary, which revolves around a whites-only Christian settlement in rural Arkansas called Return to the Land.
Yeah, my name is Eric Orwell. I'm the president of the Return to the Land Private Membership Association.
We call it The Settlement. This is our first intentional community for people of European heritage, planning many others around the country.
Yeah, we have 3 acres, the RV and the solar system and everything.
So this is a homesteading project, pretty much.
Yeah.
Have you been able to harvest your own food?
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of tomatoes, peppers, melons.
Totally agreeable.
What are the main tenets of the community?
We believe in traditional European values, traditional nuclear families, monogamy.
We're not looking for the weird whatever trans things are going on now. They're not for that.
Basically what you would find in traditional European religious texts, like the New Testament, like the Havamal in Norse paganism.
How many people do you think live in this community right now?
We have, I think, if you include children, something around like 35 or so.
And we've got hundreds of new people accepted just in the last, few months.
A lot of people are concerned about rapid demographic change, mass immigration, and just what's happening to our countries.
Why not just go to Idaho?
Well, because I'm not just thinking about what would be convenient or easy now for us. I'm also thinking, what will the country look like for my kids and grandkids? Coeur d'Alene, I looked up the census information, and it's dropped nearly 10% of the white population in the last 20 years. That's mostly immigration.
I grew up in Montana.
Did you notice a significant demographic shift in Montana?
Not yet, but it's happening. It won't be long.
And where'd y'all move from?
I'm from Wisconsin.
And whose idea was it?
It was his idea.
I did notice that race mixed kids I didn't think looked as attractive as kids who were pure race, but that's anecdotal.
So going back to the very beginning, you said you grew up in Southern California?
Yeah.
What part of the area?
The south of LA County, La Mirada.
Okay, cool. So you pretty much.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Lore drop. That's where I went to school. That's literally probably our parking garage in the skyline, like right down there. That's probably us, if I were to guess. I bet that's us on the right. I bet I know exactly where this is. Oh, they're going to say Biola. Prophet. Call me Prophet. Call me Oracle. If I can get this. Ready?
Grew up like in a pretty diverse area.
Oh yeah, my elementary school was primarily.
Pretty much grew up like in
inside the hallway.
A pretty diverse area.
Oh yeah, my elementary school was primarily Mexican. I remember we had some kind of cultural day and they asked where your ancestors came from, and they were writing it on the board, and it was like Mexico, 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 England, Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. Yeah. I mean, I have no other identity I can go back to. I'm a quarter or more Norwegian, and then I'm German, and I'm English. So I can't say that I'm English, I can't say I'm German, I can't say I'm Norwegian alone. I'm not even majority any of those things. So the only identity.
So maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe white is a construct and you can construct whatever you want. College? Yeah, that's where I went to college for a wee time. Before they slapped me with the student loans, and I said, no, not for me. No, thank you. Nuh-uh, no, sir. I know a scam when I see one. That sounds like a bad deal. I might be a young guy, a young lad, but I'm going to try to work. Yeah, it turns out you cannot work hard enough to get back to school. Not possible, especially while living in LA. So,
that I have, ethnocultural identity, is as a white American. And I think that's most white Americans, actually.
It seems like the idea of white people or whiteness that we know today that's referenced by the media or by the Associated Press is a relatively new construction. Like talking to my grandparents who grew up in Philadelphia, you had different sections of town that belonged to different very tight-knit European communities. You had the Irish neighborhoods, German neighborhoods, Italian, Polish, Greek, and then with the mass influx of African Americans from the South during the Great Migrations, those lines kind of dissolved and they became a more loose unit of pan-European whites who fled the city. And that's part of the reason that Philadelphia became so overwhelmingly black. And so now I don't know my ancestral Irish culture because it dissolved as a result of the political situation of the time. A lot of traditions have been lost throughout the process of white assimilation.
Yeah, and that's true. That's definitely part of it. I don't think Mexican heritage has those same issues. Latinos, though, it's interesting. They come from a bunch of different indigenous backgrounds, plus the Spanish influence. Yeah. And they have no problem seeing their commonality, and they kind of embrace it. Like La Raza, it means the race.
Pura la raza latina.
And they're very pro this kind of unified Latino thing.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm at the Waffle House.
That doesn't mean they're intolerant of whites. Like, that's the thing about whites is they just do not want to, don't want to intermix at all. And I just don't think that's where it's cool. Why do you got to be superior? Why do you got to be so supremacist about it? You can be proud a little bit. I think it's cute. It's like a sports team. All right. It's fun if you want to nerd out about that shit, but don't make it anyone's problem. God damn. Turning me away because what if I wanted a homestead with y'all? Well, I assume I would pass if Andrew Callahan got through the gates. But yeah, with these pretty blues. But come.
Not too far away from the RTTL settlement. Very different vibe, but I'm happy to be here. Anyways, we were just talking about Mexico and Spanish stuff, so I figured now's a good time to tell you that Channel 5 actually has a second Spanish language channel with all original content from across Latino America. So if you guys want to check out a couple videos, such as Lucha Extrema, or Nahuatl Language Survival, or Inside Tepito, Mexico City's largest counterfeit market, or Mexican Independence Day, or so many
Ethical
more
reacts
things. You can check
for
all these videos out
Age
on
Callahan.
Canal Cinco. Just type in Canal Cinco, Latino America. You should see like a circle. Looks kind of like Channel 5, but instead of being blue and red.
Wow, how unwhite of him. Advertising his Spanish speaking channel. God damn. I was turning into this video to learn about how to move into an all-white homestead community. What the hell is this?
For America, it's green and red for Mexico. So if you want to give us a sub, a like, or whatever, maybe comment. Gracias, Andres. Este video es muy chistoso. I really appreciate it. Once again, that's Canal Cinco. I'm trying to expand our coverage across the world, country by country, society by society. So maybe there'll be Channel 5 Africa or Channel 5 Russia in the future. But for now, we've got Channel
China?
Cinco Latino America. So if you want to check it out, like I said, the link is in the description box and the pinned comment of this
Then
video.
maybe,
All right,
like-
guys, back to Eric and our TTL. After grappling with the lack of ancestral connection during his formative years in LA County, Eric decided to attend a performing arts school in upstate New
then
York.
Africa,
During
yeah.
his schooling, he
Probably-
became infatuated with the works of classical European composers, who gave him a sense of tradition that he finally
Africa
felt
and
connected
Latin
to.
America.
Went to
we need-
school
we
at
need both of
Eastman
y'all.
for French horn performance.
that's where
so
we can
I'm a big
really-
fan of Bruckner and Brahms and Strauss and Mozart and Beethoven, all that stuff.
After college, Eric's admiration for the Mozarts of the world morphed into a total obsession with Greek philosophy and ancient European history.
Those old European cultures.
Today, Europe stuff is still his primary fixation and passion.
I personally have a lot of respect for the Dutch. The Mycenaean Greeks were this big force at the end of the Bronze Age. The religious traditions of pagan Europe had valuable things to teach us. All European people are descended from three ancestral groups: the Western hunter-gatherers, the steppe herders, and then from the Neolithic farmers who came from Anatolia around 9000 BC, initially into Greece, and then spreading everywhere else. As a Neoplatonist, I kind of agree with Iamblichus. I like Atlantis research. That's another hobby.
You think Atlantis was a real place?
100%. And they were also in Western Europe at various times.
But do you have French pride?
I'm not French.
These interests ultimately led Eric into a career in philosophical content creation, beginning with his first videos over 13 years ago.
The term philosophy was first coined by Pythagoras. What we might call pleasure and pain, I think more neutrally and generally could be termed positive and negative subjective value. We can talk about that level of egotism as being a kind in its own right.
Gradually, from 2016 on, these videos became more politicized, focusing a bit less on Plato and metaphysics and more on a shadowy global elite who uses mind control on the unawoken masses.
We can sacrifice, racial purity at a national level if we get cultural and racial integrity at the local level.
It's this kind of content that caught the eye of most current RTTL settlers.
I believe I came across Eric's X account. He has kind of a philosophy channel on YouTube and X. So I found him through philosophical content.
I teach courses on Plato and Aristotle online.
Through that, heard about Return to the Land and became interested.
RTTL was initially marketed as a positive, community-based regression to a pre-industrial society.
The way a state should be run is in the interest of the people, not a set of corporations, not just the ruling class, not just one man.
And if you take the race stuff out of all of this, living this way does provide a pretty gratifying existence to people who've grown up in either Gen Z or millennial American society, where almost everyone is chronically online and frantically scavenging to pay rent in a limited job market.
What are some things that you've built here that you're very proud of?
I don't know, I probably built 30% of that starter home, maybe 40% of the little cabin over there. Oh yeah, the other cabin over there, I might have built 40% of that, but
Do you feel like labor gives you the most personal gratification as far as your role here?
As far as my role here, yes. It's also a good thing to keep each other responsible. It's very easy, as a teenager, oh yeah, I'm gonna get off of school and I'm gonna go home and play video games and, do whatever else you do as a teenage boy in your bedroom for 4 hours, and then before you know it, the day's gone,
Yeah.
Whereas here, for me and Jonathan, we're being unproductive or whatever, we
How did he know we were going 4 hours? Gets hand out of pants. Okay, I'm showing my hands. How did he know?
You can kind of kick each other in the ass and be like, hey, like, what's going on?
What's your favorite thing to do around here?
I like to cook. I've cooked for the guys that work here. I don't really have hobbies or anything.
She cooks a killer steak.
I like being appreciated for my cooking.
Almost everyone here at the land, I think, worked on this.
You proud of it?
Well, it was our first build, so most guys don't have any experience, and we're just learning from YouTube.
So YouTube taught you to build a house?
Yeah, essentially.
We bought it like raw, undeveloped land, so that's been exciting.
What's the thing out here that you're most proud of in this homestead project so far?
Probably the garden. I feel like David put a lot of work into just getting this ready for us to be here.
So I believe that polities should be small in scale to the point where you could conceivably know everyone in the community. I think there should be a diverse set of communities for people to choose from, like the Greek city-states. You know, if you didn't like how Corinth was governed, well, you could move to Athens.
Building from the intellectual framework that Eric has created, race seems to almost arise as an unnecessary flashpoint for a group of people in a virtually all-white area who are primarily concerned with their homesteading project. Yet still, it's brought up constantly.
I hate to be that guy, but like I've had a lot of black friends.
Okay, top 5 black people.
Tommy Sotomayor, Louis Farrakhan, let me think, the Hodge twins, and Jesse Lee Peterson.
Black Lives Matter is a far-left, liberal, radical, agitative organization founded by a bunch of black lesbians and homosexuals and
Mr. Peterson,
radical
I suggest you give...
Okay, like one of my best friends ever used to be Puerto Rican. He was a lot of fun, but it's sort of like, you know, you have these big ethnic blocks that are like boulders, right? And you can build a bridge across and like meet in the middle and be friends with someone from another ethnic group, of course, right? But it's very unstable. It doesn't last.
What happened with your Puerto Rican friend?
Oh, nothing. He just moved away. He moved back to Puerto Rico.
We sad?
Oh, I was a little bit sad, yeah.
Damn, that sucks, man.
Hey guys, what's up? Communities like the one here in the Ozarks are real-life manifestations of online echo chambers. When people start relying on Facebook groups, message boards, and fringe YouTube channels for information, the digital feedback loop eventually spills into the real world. Beliefs get reinforced, outsiders get villainized, and an entire town can start to mirror the same closed-circuit worldview you normally only see online. So naturally, before we put boots on the ground and go inside, we get informed. Using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate, among many other things, that shows you stories from across the political spectrum and ranks them in terms of bias, from left to center to right, so you can see how different sides of the mainstream press are covering a story as it unfolds. For example, when it comes to this story, the whites-only community, mainstream outlets, both left and center, have all extensively reported on it. But as you can see here using Ground News, on the right, there's barely a ripple. No headlines, no segments, no commentary. Thank you. And when an issue this large goes almost entirely uncovered by an entire side of the media landscape, you know something's up. Something else that doesn't get enough attention is how many news stories aren't actually newsworthy at all. That's why Ground News actually quantifies the number of verified sources covering a story, so you can figure out if it's a real story or just phony baloney echo chamber nonsense. Ground News also tracks ownership of publications, so you can figure out what corporate investor might be paying for said story, if you catch my drift. For all these reasons, we here at Channel 5 trust Ground News to help us cut straight through the noise. And right now, guess what? If you scan the QR code on screen or go to the link in the description, you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to $5 a month. So get it for yourself or gift it to a loved one so they too don't miss out on this dope-ass news aggregate. I really believe in what these guys are doing, and I encourage you to check it out. Ground News. All right, back to the Ozarks.
My name is Jonathan Malorn. This is Josephine Moore, and we live on the land here at RTTL.
Have you guys had any kids yet?
No, we're not married.
yet.
Oh, you guys are dating?
Yes.
Courting.
What's courting?
Courting is just like dating with more steps. Essentially, we have to be like verified by our supervisors and guardians, people we look up to and respect, and they both monitor our relationship and help to advise whether or not we are good for each other. If they decide we are good for each other, then they walk us along and help us to pursue the relationship that would, you know, end in the best outcome, which would be getting married and having as many children as possible.
For Jonathan, who grew up in a Mennonite colony until he was 6, exiting standard society and courting his future wife in isolation is the only viable option for long-term success in today's dating culture.
What is is right with the dating culture. Every woman on the internet is more or less advertising herself as sexually accessible. And so if that's what you want to do as a bloke and throw your soul away for a quick goon, yeah, it's great. Dating culture for that. The problem with that is, and we see this demographically and statistically, the birth rate is going down exactly because of the over-accessibility of sex. The marketplace value of sex and monogamy as a whole is basically at an abysmally low level, probably the lowest it's ever been in human history that I've ever studied. And that does not benefit the future generation of our offspring. It does not actually benefit a happy life. People above the age of 40 who are married long-term have significantly happier lives, both male and female.
I notice you have a ton of kids.
Yeah.
How many you got?
Number 5 on the way.
Okay, cool. What's the plan for education for the kid?
I'm homeschooling. It's going pretty well. I know everything that they need to learn. It's going to be nice being in the community when they get a little older and I'm going to need help filling in certain subjects I'm not comfortable with. That's another reason I'm glad to have the community, because I don't necessarily want to sift through every piece of history to know what's acceptable to teach the kids or not. I trust the guys here.
I'm not overwhelmed by the evidence for the exact official narrative, like it was precisely 6 million. You know, there's Black Wall Street, back in the era of segregation, there are examples of prosperous Black communities.
Black Wall Street, I'm pretty sure got burned down in a race riot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into the details there, that's another one of these narratives. Slavery was bad, but also everyone else practiced slavery too. North America was very sparsely populated when we got here.
It's important to note that interwoven into these tropes about community building and heritage celebration is a much more intense core, and one that embraces controversial and outdated race science.
Black college-educated people still tend to be more violent and criminal than white high school dropouts.
Really?
Yeah, the average IQ in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa is under 75, which is considered mentally disabled. East Asians have measurably a higher average IQ than Europeans, and they're less criminal, and they're more prosperous.
So you're saying Asians are smarter than us?
Yes, on average. Yeah.
Like every Japanese person I've met, or like Korean, seems really smart, but I've met some Chinese people where it's like, really? I feel like they're fudging the numbers on that one, to be honest.
As far as most experts are concerned, all of these IQ numbers are fudged. Here's a bit more about that from somebody who knows his shit, because I feel like it's worth it.
These tests were made for the purpose of figuring out who's going to do well in school. It doesn't predict terribly well to many kinds of real-world successes. There's so much it doesn't tell you. That it doesn't tell you about emotional intelligence, creative intelligence, common sense, wisdom. There's so much more to a person than just their IQ.
Thank you,
I would say the
goddammit.
major problem has been what's sometimes called scientific racism, but it's not really scientific. It's using the guise of science to advance racist views, because you sometimes get racial differences in different kinds of test scores, including IQ, that don't take into account where those differences may come from. It was convenient for some people to say, well, look, we can divide people by nationality or socially defined race or ethnic group or religion into different IQ groups, and they probably believed themselves that it told you something, but it didn't tell you what they thought it told you. People with high IQs are often better at convincing themselves of whatever they want. So in other words, they use their IQ for self-justification. They're better at justifying whatever they want to believe. So if they have an ideology, they may have a very weird ideology, but they'll find ways to defend it even if it's not factually accurate. I don't know the details of the people you're studying in Arkansas, but I think that making judgments about people solely on the basis of high IQ is a serious mistake.
Michael Jordan is not a genius.
I don't know Michael Jordan. I've never assessed him. I don't know that much about him. But you see, he's a good example of someone with adaptive intelligence. And in terms of adaptive intelligence, I mean, like, wow, he's done a great job.
Anyways, back to Eric and the fed up whites of the Arkansas wilderness.
What do you think was modern white America's Treaty of Versailles moment?
I guess like the Civil Rights Act. You know, there's a basis for equal rights under the law, and that was kind of the nominal intention of the Civil Rights Movement. but it went way beyond that and has ended up restricting people's freedom.
One counter argument that I would make to that is that, in the 1940s and 50s, World War II ends, all the returning veterans come home. The GI Bill allows returning veterans to get low-cost mortgages on new homes. This is when Levittown's were being built and suburbs were being constructed at a very rapid rate. Cul-de-sacs were sprouting up, and the American dream was hatched. White picket fence, nuclear family. Now, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which basically decided who could live where, had racially restrictive covenants that said only white people can live in this area. Minorities can't live. They can only live in certain red-line zones. Civil Rights Act comes in '64 after redlining had already began, after deindustrialization made the urban cores of places like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Detroit barren, and there was a mass transfer of wealth into surrounding suburbia. So what do you think about the notion that by the time the Civil Rights Act was passed, they already had the short end of the stick?
I would say that they were not at an advantage, obviously. The expectation that the Black community should have reached parity in a generation is crazy. Obviously, that would be impossible. It'd require massive top-down social engineering and redistribution of resources. Now, we have done that over the 20th century, but I think we overcorrected.
Well, for example, like small business loans, right? Like there was something that they sort of blew the water off of like 6 months ago or something like that. And it's basically a fact that if you're not a white male, like you're getting like, I forget the exact numbers, so don't hold me to it, but like $90,000 more to start a small business just because you're a minority. As a white male, you're putting so much more back into the system and we're getting less and less out. It's basically parasitic.
In limited cases, maybe when it's historically verifiable that this person was a slave on this plantation, that plantation, the wealth went to this person. If it's all on the books, then I think that's fair. Actually, some cases of reparations of that kind have taken place. So I'm all for that. But there's a more general narrative that Black people are where they are in society today because of continual systemic oppression and white supremacy. And I don't think that's true at all.
Do you think there's any solution in America politically that could lead to a reduction in homicides in a place like Baltimore?
I think the options are remigration or death penalty.
It should be noted that RTTL's opposition to the Civil Rights Act is beyond an ideological one. And it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s ghost itself that could come back and f this place up. You see, the 1964 rulings included something called the Fair Housing Act, which was designed specifically to stop things like this from happening.
Isn't the Fair Housing Act technically supposed to restrict this kind of thing?
Well, no, because there are exceptions for private associations, and we're not selling real estate. When people buy a share in the company that owns the land here, they're not getting a deed to land. They're getting the right to homestead in our community.
All the initial LLC members, they paid the real estate company directly through the escrow agent.
Unlike a residential development, which is owned by a real estate company that must follow fair housing guidelines, RTTL is an LLC, a limited liability corporation, technically operating on a commercial property that was once owned and zoned by a logging company. So the settlers there are actually partners in the company who must apply with the board to be shareholders.
So you basically buy stock in a company, and then that in turn gives you usage rights for the land.
Right, shares in a private company.
And company boards can refuse the sale of shares to whoever they want. They're not explicitly legally required to give a reason why. You see what they did?
I mean, obviously, European heritage is very important to us, and you'd be surprised, really, by the number of people that, despite knowing that, they'll get through the interview. I've asked them about their ethnic background, and then they mention, oh yeah, but I have a Colombian wife. It's like that kind of thing. It's kind of contrary to our values as an association.
What if the Colombian wife is like 100% Spanish-blooded?
Well, then it's probably fine.
How much did that first share cost?
About $6K.
It's pretty low.
I think that was for about like 3% share in the LLC.
How much do you think it cost you overall to get to this current point?
Oh, not too much compared to like a normal house.
And how close do you feel like you are to true self-sufficiency where you wouldn't technically have to leave?
Pretty far away from that. It's a good goal. This is our first year really here, so let's just like adding one piece at a time.
You could build a small cabin or have a building delivered for $5,000 to $10,000. So that plus the cost of the share itself, you could really reasonably get started with about $50,000.
Is your goal ever to pave these roads, or do you kind of like the rugged Appalachian feel?
No, I mean, one day if we could pave all these roads, it would be awesome.
Yeah.
But Orania in South Africa, they have 3,000 people. They bought an already existing town, you know, and then develop from there. And even they still have dirt roads. So it's going to be quite a while before we get these paved.
It should come as no surprise at all that they chose Arkansas for this project. It's a red state with low government oversight and a bunch of its own problems. Plus, the settlement is ungodly far from any population centers. It's hard to explain just how in the sticks this place truly is. The closest town is called Hardy, over 20 minutes away by car, and home to less than 1,000 people, only one of whom is black.
The locals didn't really have an issue with us. We've had good relations with most of our neighbors.
They're not a
from the
problem
start.
yet.
There's a lot of people out here that I guess live and let live, you could say, which I appreciate that.
Still though, despite the lack of local pushback, there is some concern that with this national news media attention, legal trouble could be imminent.
Potentially, the biggest hurdle is the legal hurdle. There's going to be a lot of legal challenges, I think, to go through with this sort of thing.
We've not been sued or fined yet, but we do expect that. People have made complaints to government departments. We've had requests for information from government departments. So I think investigations are happening, and we'll have to wait months to really find out.
Even with potential legal complications on the horizon, most people there feel like it's worth it. On the settlement, there's a tinge of nihilism in the air. Most people feel like the country at large is doomed.
I don't think that there's like good political solutions for it now. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? I think actually like people being present and like putting in the labor, kind of like I'm doing, not to toot my own horn too much, but like every single day and living in a lifestyle that's more conductive to community is probably going to be the way forward.
So do you see
doing
places
that?
like this, return to the land settlements, sprouting up across the country as a potential way to
everyone is
actually
on social
counter
media,
the demographic shift?
I don't think it will counter the demographic
this the
shift
more
as a whole.
effective
I think it will
place?
provide safe places for my kids and grandkids to grow up valuing their culture,
so.
and that's what I'm going for. You know, that's my
believe
goal.
so.
I think the solution looks something like what
funnel
we're doing here.
backwards.
I think that's probably the best course of action.
I think the best we can hope for with politics is just to be left alone. I don't think realistically with the electoral maps we're looking at right now, there's ever going to be Uber-based gets elected. Nick Fuentes actually could probably do a pivot which I think he's already kind of doing, where he focuses less on the race question, more on Israel, and gets a broader coalition for electoral politics, so it's possible. But I don't think it's going to be like the next Führer or anything.
And right now, there are several communities being organized. One of the things I've been up to lately is getting ready to go to all those sites where there are groups of people who want to do this and help them get organized, help them, decide who their board of managers will be for their companies that'll own their land. So yeah.
I left the settlement
It's a little
confused and
network
honestly
state.
a bit sad. I mean, I know there's been problems and stuff,
Little
but it felt
corporate
like shit
state.
was kind of all good not that long
Corporate
ago.
net state.
The fact that people nowadays will go to such lengths to feel seen and heard is a symptom of a far greater social ill than meets the naked eye through this video. The American experiment is beginning to crack in new ways, and armies of the confused are shaping and writing the narrative. If I live a long and healthy life, I truly wonder how things will look when I'm 80 years old, and if I'll be equipped to explain to the youth of the future where and how we went wrong, or if we were ever right in the first place. I guess time will tell.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
All this talk about heritage got me thinking. Andrew Callahan. What's Callahan? Who are my heroic ancestors? Were they heroic at all? Were they racist? Were they cowards? I had to figure it out. Thank you, sir. Then I remember Callahan is an Irish name. I am Irish. So I feel like after this strange RTTL experience, I owed it to myself to figure out ¿Qué onda que pasa?, which means what's up in Mexican. So I decided to take a trip to the old country and figure out what the heck's going on with Ireland. And more specifically, what are young people in Ireland doing to preserve the Irish language? Here's a preview of that.
All the bad shit that Britain and its colonies did around the world, they kind of practiced on Ireland first.
They tried to get rid of all Irish speaking, and it was all English for a couple of 100 years.
Some of my very earliest memories are intense shame because we were speaking Irish at home.
That is the cause of language death all over the world.
But I mean, the real credit
for the Irish language revival goes to these families who refused to break that chain in the first place, who kept the language alive for us in particular because we're from the north.
In the north of Ireland, what you had was quite a high concentration of Protestant people, so you had sectarianism. So if you were an Irish Catholic, which meant that you were effectively an indigenous Irish person, you couldn't access education, you couldn't vote, you couldn't own land over a certain size, you couldn't speak the Irish language.
If you want to see our entire documentary, Inside the Revival of the Irish Language, it is available right now. It's over an hour and 15 minutes, has a truly glorious cast of characters featured. We got Kneecap, we got Blind Boy, we got Irish language broadcasters from across the Gael-talked areas in the country. We got principals, we got more rappers and singers and teachers and scholars and random ass people on the street. I love the Irish, I had a great time. And you can see this whole documentary right now at www.patreon.com/channel5. And it's uncensored, uncut, extended Irish glory. As many of you guys know, we're a totally independent, primarily crowd-funded news organization based here in the United States, a country in collapse, where nobody trusts the media and podcasters have replaced TV anchors as the primary source of reliable information, which is kind of good in some ways, but horrible in other ways. Anyways, we need your help. And our Patreon is $5 a month, but it powers the operation. Patreon.com/channel5.
Ethical React.
Some very, very.
Who's this one? Tragic match carried out. The Australian one. Woo. Vice Gum, Earn Buster, get ready for Politics relaunch. I gotta do fucking giveaways of all the Buster. I just got so fucked up. So much going on. But we'll get it distributed nice. I think I'll just use Quotient. I'll fucking distribute the shit out that bitch. And then I'll cast a bunch about it. John Bull, you've earned a fat bag of Buster, so you can earn a fat bag of Politics. Sorry to make it so confusing, but you know, I like teasing the migration. Come on. A slow entry. Well, it's been fun scumming along with all of y'all. Ooh, we got Nerd Reich. Oh, I want to keep that. We'll go through more network state shit. Curtis Yarvin. Communities all over the place. And what you can do in your place. How can you just kind of get together with your friends? Create a little polycule to acquire property with. Let's think. Let's scum together. All right? Talking to you, John Bull, if you're still there. Talking to you, recording, if you're really there. I'm impressed. Bye-bye. Bye, scum. Bye.